Hey everyone, I'm meteorologist Tracy Hinson with a weather impact alert from 5 on your side. Starting today around 11 o'clock, that's not to say we're not going to have showers before, but after 11 a.m. is when we're going to need to start paying attention to the threat of severe weather. And this extends through 9 o'clock. We did have 7 o'clock messaged a lot yesterday. I wanted to include 9 p.m. in there, that 2-hour window, because that's really when it'll get out of some of our Illinois counties, and I want to make sure they were included too. 60-mile-per-hour or stronger brief wind gusts are possible, as well as a short tornado. Have a plan, just stay updated today. Okay, speaking of plans out there, I know we've got a lot going on in St. Louis, and it's going to be tempting to try to fit things in outside. I wouldn't do it. I would move all of my events inside. Here's a look at the Doppler radar view right now. A couple of showers ahead of this. One thing I want you guys to pay attention to is look at the lightning. Those are the clusters in the white here. That's showing that these storms are tapping into some energy. Lightning is often an indicator of the strength of these storms. So even though they're small right now, they are picking up on that lightning as it starts to come in. A few of our areas have seen some very small, tiny showers. Now, this is not it. We are expecting more heavy rainfall in just a little bit. Here's our futurecast. We're going to go through it slowly, pick out where you plan to spend most of your day today or the areas that you want to focus on. 7 a.m. we start off with just a few showers. Here's 8 a.m. for us. It starts to pick up a little bit more. A few thunderstorms are going to come through. Same story for 9 o'clock. This is sliding through the St. Louis metro area. 11 a.m. you could see that line of storms as well, and you might think, oh good, it's going to be over after that. Not so much. It actually is going to fill in after this. Here's noon for us. Moderate to heavy rainfall, 1 o'clock through the St. Louis area. It's kind of like the hose is turned on, and it's just going to stay on, and then by 3 o'clock, it's going to really spread out. There will be pockets of moderate to heavy rainfall. Even though we have those moderate to heavy rainfall cells in there, most of us will see about 2 inches of rainfall by the time this is all said and done. Here's 4 o'clock for us, and then as we head into the evening, 5 o'clock. Well, after 5, I want us to start watching this kind of eastern edge here. It does pick up a little bit of strength as it taps into the last heat of the day, if you will, before making its way out of our area. So that's why I wanted some of our areas, Perry County in Illinois, Jefferson County in Illinois, just to pay a little bit more attention by the time we head into the evening. We will have a couple of moderate to heavy rainfall cells after 10 o'clock tonight, but really after about 9 p.m., it's just rain on our rooftop. We don't have to worry about the severe weather threat overnight tonight. We'll just have some lighter rainfall that'll move through. 4 in the morning, could hear a little rumble of thunder. Once again, though, that severe weather threat is really over. So we'll just have regular old rainfall for tomorrow so you can sleep in. Don't worry too much about waking up to check the weather tomorrow morning. And then we're clearing out through the rest of our day on Sunday. Outside right now, like I mentioned, not what we want to see. A mix of clouds and clearing. Any clear sky we have out there, that's going to allow the sun to come through, heat things up. Heat adds energy. Storms absorb all that energy. So we don't really want that. Cloudy conditions with a little bit of rain is what our weather station is picking up on right now. Temperatures in the upper 60s, winds out of the south at 7 miles per hour. Over the next several hours here, this is roughly how it's going to look. I went over the futurecast with you, but temperatures will be in the mid 70s. And we'll have those showers and storms that'll really pick up as we head into the afternoon. For tonight, windy conditions. We saw things taper off a little bit, but winds will gust up to 30 miles per hour. Our sunset is a little bit after 6:15. Your St. Louis 7-day forecast here for you. Think of it as the winds of change today with these storms, of course, and then tomorrow, because the storms are going to come through today. Tomorrow, we're going to have a crisp breeze with gusts up to 30 miles per hour, sustained winds closer to 20 though. So that's a breezy day we haven't had in a while. It's blowing in cooler conditions. Monday is sort of the outlier here. It's still, it's quiet. Sunny conditions will boost us up into the mid 70s. After that though, we do cool down again into the mid to upper 60s. We will have a few morning storms come Thursday. We'll keep you updated throughout the day on 5+. Okay, before the commercial break, we ended at 3 o'clock, so now let's go from 3 o'clock through the night here. We'll continue to see moderate to heavy rainfall move through. Still will have the chance for severe storms through about 7 to 9 o'clock for some of my fringe counties in Illinois there. Then after that, just regular rainfall, and that tapers off as we head into Sunday. Alrighty, everybody, a weather impact alert from 5 on your side. I'm meteorologist Tracy Hinson. Our severe weather threat, I did extend this a little bit from 7 to 9 o'clock just to include all of our counties in Illinois because the storm does look like it's going to lag a little bit later on tonight. We have the possibility for a brief tornado as well as strong winds over 60 miles per hour. On the Doppler radar view right now, we've been watching these storms throughout the morning. In the last 30 minutes, we have seen a few severe thunderstorm warnings go up. You can also see this start to really amplify here as it's coming into contact with some warmer air. So how do we know that? Well, that's because of the lightning strikes that are out there. Lightning is often an indicator of storm strength. You can see that here. It started off a little bit, then right as we get into that severe area there where the warning boxes are, that's where that storm has really gathered up some strength. Okay, everybody, so as we move into the St. Louis area, a couple of showers are starting to form ahead of this main line of storms. This is actually some good news. The more rain we have, the more cloud cover we have, the less possibility for stronger storms later on. But I do think that this is moving so fast, it's going to move in. We're not going to have time to really let those showers and clouds settle in, so we're still going to have that warmth of the day. Let's go ahead and track this out together here. That kind of moves up. It's kind of typical pattern up along Interstate 44 there. And we'll have moderate to heavy rainfall. Here's 11 o'clock for us. Some pockets there. If you think it's going to be over, it's going to be one of those fronts that drapes over us. No such luck there. It's going to be more like when the hose is turned on and then the hose doesn't stop. Kind of leave it on. Here's 1 o'clock for us with moderate to heavy rainfall. Then it really gets interesting here by 3 o'clock with heavy downpours at times. If you're not under one of the strongest thunderstorms, most of us will only pick up about 2 inches of rainfall by the time this is said and done. So unfortunately, all this is not drought-busting rainfall. Here's 4 o'clock. We'll start paying attention after 4 o'clock to this leading edge here that's moving off to the east. You can see it'll start to intensify a little bit 7 o'clock before it makes its way out around 9. After 9, It's easy going. You won't have to sleep next to your phone or your weather radio. We will have moderate to heavy rainfall in a few areas. Our severe thunderstorm threat will be over. We'll just have rain on our rooftop, good sleeping weather conditions. We get the bonus round of rain, so I'll be tracking that early tomorrow morning. A couple of thunderstorms could come through with that as well, and then that moves out of the way and we're drier but windy for us on Sunday. The view outside, not what I want to see. It is beautiful, it's gorgeous, but the more sunshine we have out there today, the more heating we're going to get, the stronger our storms could be. You know, that heat just adds energy to it. Okay, so temperature-wise outside, it's just a little under 70 degrees. Our weather station is picking up on a few showers out there. Our humidity is at about 75%. Winds are out of the south at 7. Over the next several hours here, we will have thunderstorms that'll develop and then really kind of fill in through the rest of the day today. Temperatures will be in the mid-70s. For tonight, windy condition. Think of this as the winds of change. It's blowing out the storms we're going to have for Saturday. It's also blowing in much cooler weather. Gusts up to 30 miles per hour. Our sunset is a little bit after 6:15. Your St. Louis 7-day forecast here for you. 75 today with those storms. It'll be a weather impact alert day, and then we're smooth sailing after this. A crisp breeze tomorrow as we're in the upper 60s. Gusts up to 30 miles per hour. It will be sweatshirt weather for sure, so break those out today while it's raining. 74 degrees for us on Monday, so a little bit of an outlier there that Monday with the warmer weather, and then we drop back down into the 60s. We will have a chance for a few stray showers early on Thursday morning. We'll be back with another 5+ weather update in just a few minutes. Okay, everyone, let's talk about where these storms are heading right now. Right now, everything is shaping up as forecasted. So the main severe weather threat is going to come in around 11 a.m. That's not to say we're not going to have a few showers before all that comes through. 60-mile-an-hour plus winds, a brief tornado is possible. Have a plan and stay updated. For all my friends out there who have something outdoors planned, move it inside. I just don't see how something outdoors is going to work today. Here's the Doppler radar view. This is moving across really fast. Look at that lightning. So the clusters of the white here, that indicates the lightning. Lots of lightning out there right now. That indicates our storm strength, and it's gaining momentum as it makes its way into St. Louis. We started off with a little bit of clearing. That's not great. Any extra sunshine is going to add to the energy out there with those storms. We have a couple of showers ahead of this. This is good. Any rainfall we can have before the main line of storms comes through, that's going to kind of take the edge off of those storms. But you can see they're moving across right now, coming through pretty quickly. Okay, on our future cast here, let's time this out together. So pretty much right on target for what we're seeing right now, just a couple of showers out there. Here's 9 a.m., here's 11 o'clock, then it starts to expand by 12 o'clock into 1. You can see some pockets of moderate to heavy rainfall in there. Here is 3 o'clock for you. You can see a few areas of stronger storm activity. We could have locally heavy downpours as well. And because the ground is so dry, it actually runs off a little faster. It can't quite absorb as much moisture, just if we get a surge of rainfall in one area. So we could have some localized flash flooding out there as well. For the most part, though, our ground is going to absorb a lot of this rainfall. It will not be drought-busting rain. By the time this is said and done, about 2 inches will have fallen over most areas. Some isolated spots under the heaviest thunderstorms will, of course, get a little bit more. I extended our severe weather kind of watch here from 7 to 9 just because look at this line of storms here. We'll certainly be watching this at 7 o'clock. It still is lingering around by 8 and then finally gets out of our way by 9 o'clock. When most of us are headed to bed tonight, we will have the sound of rain on our rooftop, but we won't have to worry about the threat for severe weather anymore. And of course, I'm getting a phone call in the middle of this. Oh, it's Travis. I will call Travis right back. Okay, a few light showers with us through about midnight tonight as we're resting. And then early in the morning, 4 a.m. for us on Sunday, some moderate to heavy rainfall, but overall light. The severe risk is over by about 9 p.m. Now think of it as the winds of change as that comes through. So tomorrow will be dry, but we'll be clearing out pretty quickly. Temperature-wise this morning will be warmer than our high temperature tomorrow. It's currently 68 degrees. This is good. We're seeing a little bit of cooling here, which we always do right at around our sunrise time. Winds are out of the south right now at 5 miles per hour. That will change though. Scattered showers and storms throughout the rest of the day today. Our high temperature is expected to be about 74 degrees. For tonight, windy, 52 degrees, gusts at 30 miles per hour. Our sunset is at 6:18. Alrighty, your St. Louis 7-day forecast. Winds of change like I mentioned. A crisp breeze is going to come through for Sunday. 67 degrees, 74 for Monday, nice and sunny, and then we're going to be in the mid to upper 60s by Tuesday and Wednesday. Okay, everyone, we are still on track for our storms today. From 11 to 9 is our severe storm risk for the St. Louis area. 40 to 60 mile per hour winds. There will be some isolated gusts that are stronger than that. A brief tornado. We could also have some smaller hail out there as well. It's not the kind of hail that I think you need to rush and move all your cars inside, but we will have a little hail out there as well. Look at this storm as it comes across. This is really gaining some momentum here. So with those lightning strikes out there, that is an indicator of just how strong these storms are out there. So we're watching this as it moves across. It's going to tap into some warm air over us here in the St. Louis area. We already have some rain that's moving up along Interstate 44 right now, just light rain. That is not an indicator that it's going to be like that all day long, because that area of stronger storms is quickly on the approach here. So 9 a.m. today, we're going to have that line of storms, 11 a.m. as it continues on, and then watch as it kind of expands here through about 3 o'clock in the afternoon. By 3, everybody is in the rainfall for the most part. A couple areas further down to the south of Iron County there, going to be all right. We'll have pockets of moderate to heavy rainfall. For the most part, at the end of the day, we'll have about 2 inches of rainfall from this. That is far from drought-busting rain. There will be some areas that are under an isolated, stronger thunderstorm that will have some more rainfall for their totals. 5 o'clock today, you can see that move through. Now, if you noticed, if you paid a lot of attention, I actually extended our severe weather threat from 7 to 9 o'clock, and that's because of this here. I want to include my counties in Illinois. So if you're in the St. Louis area, yes, after 7 o'clock, your severe weather threat for the most part has wound down. However, for some of my counties in Illinois, that threat will remain till about 9 o'clock until all of that moves off and away. We just need to get that area of energy out of the way. After this, yes, we will have showers overnight tonight, but you won't have to worry about severe weather. You can go to sleep with the sound of rain on your rooftop and not worry about strong winds or hail or any of that. In the morning tomorrow, I'll be tracking a few showers and storms when I come in for Today in St. Louis Weekend Edition. That's going to move out of the way, and by the 9 a.m. hour of TISL, we will be on the dry side. Then as we head through the rest of the day on Sunday, we will have the winds of change with us right now. Okay, still seeing some sunshine through the clouds there. We don't want to see the sun today. It is beautiful. Look at it shining on the arch. However, this sunshine, of course, adds heat, and that heat adds energy. And what our storms don't, we don't want to add is energy to the storms, but it is looking like we're going to do that. It's currently 68 degrees. Winds are out of the south at just 5 miles per hour. Over the next several hours, we're going to struggle to make it up to that 74 degrees with those scattered showers and storms, but I do think a few areas are going to hit that. Then for the most part, when we're in that rain, we're going to stay in the upper 60 to low 70 degree range. For tonight, windy conditions, 52 degrees, gusts up to 30 miles per hour. Our sunset is just a little bit after 6:15. Okay, everyone, the 7-day forecast. After we get through the showers and storms today, 67 degrees tomorrow. Winds of change, though. So tomorrow will definitely be breezy. We're going to have a sustained wind around 15 to 20 miles per hour, which is more than we've had recently. It's going to be cooler and crisp too out of the north. We're also going to have gusts up to 30 miles per hour. Winds of change, keeping us into some more actual fall-like conditions. The outlier here is Monday. Monday's just kind of a weird one-off day at 74 degrees, and then after that, we're holding steady in the 60s.
Well, good morning, everybody. It is a Saturday morning, and we're tracking thunderstorms across the area. Pretty good line here coming in from the west. What you need to know is at this point, this is good news. We're getting some beneficial rain out of that. Yes, it's noisy, a lot of lightning. Right in this area here, there's 324 cloud to ground lightning strikes. Some of them are starting to push in towards St. Charles County as well. So when we look to the west, this is our first wave of showers and thunderstorms. We think as this pushes into the St. Louis area that it's going to settle us some for later today. So our greater severe weather threat is going to be south of St. Louis based on what we're looking at right now. But these certainly are putting down some pretty good downpours at this point. Back in Lynn, Missouri, they reported some pea-sized hail just a little bit ago. And we're starting to see some of these storms build up. We had a few spot showers that came through downtown St. Louis just a little while ago. But this is a pretty good large area of rain. And as that jet stream starts working in here with the stronger winds aloft, that helps with the lift to help generate more showers and thunderstorms. Now, while we have stronger winds aloft, and that is conducive potentially for severe weather, what this rain will do will cool the air at the ground. And therefore, we don't have as much instability here. So the rain will work in our favor here. Now, farther south, you have showers and thunderstorms here. The overall trend is for most of this to be moving towards the east-northeast right now. Probably more northeast than east at this point. But again, you're already seeing some scattered showers down in Jefferson County. Any rain we get early on this morning is a good thing because that tends to settle things a bit in terms of how energetic the storm can be with the juice and the fuel for those storms. But all the way down 44, you have showers and thunderstorms lining up right now. And this is ahead of the front. The front is still well to our north and west. The stronger jet stream is actually what's coming in over the plains. That'll be swinging in overnight. That'll help to generate more rain as we head into the nighttime hours tonight. Now, Lambert's jumped up to 73 right now. Yes, it's a bit unstable here. Cape Girardeau's already up to 75. This is why we're concerned about southeastern portions of Missouri. These areas, keep in mind, these storms moving northeast, right? So the areas of southeast Missouri into southern Illinois, you're going to have the opportunity to get warmer since most of these showers stay to your north and west. That adds to the storm fuel that we'll be dealing with as we head into the afternoon hours. We certainly have enough moisture for severe weather. Our dew point temperatures here are in the 60s. Once you get above 60, that's kind of like the checkpoint. So the moisture is definitely available. There's your dry air back to the north and west behind the front. It's going to be a while before it gets here, but everybody has a dew point at or above 60 degrees right now. And so the moisture is there. The wind aloft, the stronger winds, that's there. This will be our limiting factor right here. Temperatures. Scott Air Force Base, 75. Salem, Mount Vernon, you're already up to 77 degrees. So is DeSoto. Farmington, 74. Again, along and south of 70, especially as you go into Illinois and then down into southeast Missouri, that's our greatest concern for the potential of strong to severe thunderstorms as we go into the afternoon hours. The wind threat is definitely there because there's a lot of wind aloft that's about ready to move over us as we head through the day. It's not here yet, it's still back to the west, but it's about to roll our way as we head into the later afternoon hours. So here are the showers and storms developing now out to our west. That's going to move through the metro area. No, there's a lot of events outside today. It's going to be wet. There's going to be a decent amount of lightning with this. We're not anticipating these being severe. They may have some 35 to 45 mile per hour wind gusts. That's below the severe threshold, but still impactful as well. Again, we're looking down to the south, Farmington at 78 degrees. We're looking at noon here. 80 in Mount Vernon, 79 in Perryville. Outside of this area of rain that we're looking at in the metro area, temperatures are cooler. That's a big deal. This is where your juice is. We go towards 1:30, 2 o'clock. And again, the timing on this may get adjusted. Notice how we just sort of blossomed how much rain is out there all of a sudden here as we head towards 3 o'clock, that's when the jet stream aloft is bringing those stronger winds in over us. And so we would expect the thunderstorm activity to expand. Your most unstable area is likely to be to the south of St. Louis. As that front approaches, we're going to be watching this line of thunderstorms that develops here. And again, don't marry yourself to the exact timing on this, but along this line of thunderstorms, which could get close to St. Louis or into the Metro East, there may be some pretty strong gusty winds with some of those thunderstorms. And some of those thunderstorms, I don't think we're not talking about supercell thunderstorms. We're not talking about what we saw on March 14th. We're not talking about what we saw on May 16th. Okay, if we see tornadoes out of this, it's going to be those quick hitting spin up tornadoes that'll be possible with the surge of winds. Now, the threat for severe weather is really along that leading edge of the thunderstorms later this afternoon, early this evening. And then what we get into is more rain, beneficial rain. Some of us may end up with more than 2 inches of rainfall out of this before everything's said and done. That would be great. We're in a drought. We need that rain. But where's your severe weather threat here by 9 o'clock? It's moving out of our area over towards the Wabash River and over towards the Ohio Valley. We may get a little bit of a break towards midnight, but remember that jet I was talking about that's coming in from way up north? When that swings in during the 4, 5, 6, 7 o'clock hour tomorrow morning, there'll be some showers with that as well. Notice where our temperatures are. They're around 50 degrees. Our winds tomorrow are going to be gusty. They won't be severe, but they will be gusty winds tomorrow, and it will be a much cooler day across the bi-state area. So really starting about 11 o'clock, I mean, we're getting showers and thunderstorms starting to move in now. We've extended it to 9 o'clock for our southeastern counties. I do think 40 to 60 mile per hour wind gusts in some of those thunderstorms is something that's almost a given, especially south of St. Louis. Again, the brief tornado, that's different from those large tornadoes that cause the widespread damage. I think wind threat and maybe an isolated tornado that pops up as you get a surge in the line of thunderstorms this afternoon. So you probably have your plan. We haven't had to use our severe weather plan for a while, right? Okay, so just make sure that you're staying alert this afternoon. Here's what we're going to do on 5+. It's 12 minutes after 10 o'clock right now. We're going to be here at 10:30. We'll have another update for you at 11, basically the top and the bottom of the hour. We're going to give you updates on what's going on, the latest trends that we're looking at. But you have your plan. You have your way to get notifications. 5 on your side app, make sure you've got it set to get those notifications. And if the storms are strong where you are and you need to get somewhere to be safe, you do that. Okay? We're all going to be safe. We're going to get through this. All right? So that's our weather impact alert. We do think the winds, the medium threat there, the wind is the highest threat. It's a low tornado threat. Again, quick spin up type tornadoes. I don't think we're going to be looking at a lot of 1-inch or larger hail. Maybe south of St. Louis, there might be some of that. Flood threat is generally low because it's been so dry. If the ground were saturated, some of this rain could cause us problems, but we don't see that happening. At this point, we're thinking this is very beneficial rain for us as we head through the remainder of the day. That's what it looks like right now. Your live picture looking up here from Aries Resort, looking south from Grafton along the Mississippi River, and you see the clouds. They've been trying to build. They're going to build more as time rolls on. Officially in St. Louis, it's 73 degrees right now. Our dew point 63. Winds are out of the south at 9. Showers and thunderstorms are beginning to build. They will be moving in here, and the chances this afternoon, quite high for thunderstorms to be in St. Louis. Again, as we see those temperatures staying in the lower 70s and then into the upper 60s by later this afternoon, we're thinking that's enough to limit our threat in St. Louis for widespread severe weather. But farther south of St. Louis, the potential is still there for some of those storms to be much stronger because of what we're dealing with. So we stay in our weather impact alert for today, and actually we should take that off. This is tomorrow's 7-day. But you get the gist of what we're dealing with here. Much cooler temperatures outside of Monday as we head past this afternoon. So we'll be back at 10:30, about 15 minutes from now, with an update on what that radar looks like. And we'll keep you posted throughout the day right here on 5+. cloud to ground lightning bolts just in this frame, which includes parts of Maryland Heights, Creve Coeur, down through Des Peres. You're looking at 83 cloud to ground lightning strikes here in the last few minutes. A little bit of lightning, not as much so here as you head down Highway 21, working your way down towards Hillsborough. As we look into Jefferson County here, a few more showers are out just east of Six Flags right now. Then we look farther south and west, down into portions of Franklin County. You're getting some beneficial rain right now. Don't think the winds are all that strong with these storms that we're looking at right now. I'm kind of just looking over at my monitor to see if I see anything, and I don't really see anything that's dramatic there. So, I think you might have some 30 to 40 mile per hour winds with some of these thunderstorms, just because the winds aloft are fairly strong. And so some of the wind that's upstairs gets pulled down to the ground in some of these stronger storms once they can tap into it. So this is how it's moving to the northeast. All along 44, you're going to pick up the rain here, increasing very quickly. These storms are moving pretty fast, too. We go a little farther south here. The areas of concern for later today especially will be down in this area southeast of St. Louis. And much of this is contingent on what happens over the course of the next 2 to 3 hours, how long these areas of rain last, and if we can keep your temperatures down in those areas this afternoon from getting too warm. The warmer the temperature gets, the stronger the storm potential is, right, for severe weather. There's your one warning here coming out of southwest Missouri. That one has some hail with it. I think that's the big threat with that storm at the moment anyway. All right, so we look at the bigger picture. You see this rain pushing into Metro St. Louis right now. Our temperature at Lambert was 73. Once we start seeing some rain, we'll knock that back down a little bit. Columbia's had some rain, 67. Springfield has some rain, 67. We'll take that, okay? There's still more to come, though, as time rolls on. And you can see the moisture stretches all the way up to Chicago, all the way up to Milwaukee. Your dew points at or above 60 degrees. That's a big deal because we need the moisture to fuel these thunderstorms. So we do have that moisture in place right now. Areas that have seen a little more sunshine, east and southeast of St. Louis, already getting closer to 80 degrees. Salem 78, so is Sparta. DeSoto went down to 76. Sullivan 70 right now as that rain is pushing in there. 66 degrees in Rolla. So here's your wave of showers and thunderstorms coming through right now. This is going to last for a bit. So as we go towards lunchtime, we're keeping these showers and thunderstorms in and around the St. Louis area. I think for the next couple of hours, at least in the metro, our threats, and I don't know that I'd call heavy rain a threat. Heavy rain's beneficial right now. We need that rain. Now, some poor drainage areas, we may get some ponding on the roads along those lines. But as far as flash flooding threats, it's been dry. Okay, we're about 6 inches below average since the 1st of August. So we need this rain. As we head into the afternoon, temperature southeast of St. Louis, here's where we have the potential problems. Looking at upper 70s, around 80 degrees. That adds fuel to the storm. That's your storm fuel. At the same time, the upper level winds begin to increase from the west. And this is the first. There's literally two separate areas of strong winds within the jet stream. One comes at us very late tonight. That won't do severe weather for us. But the one that's coming in as we speak now and into this afternoon, that enhances the potential for some of these stronger storms. And as we're looking here around 3, 4 o'clock, you're looking at some of these stronger storms expected. Now, the one cautionary tale, this is model output, okay? This is a simulated radar. What it may look like. It may be off a little bit, but the general idea is pretty close. This is what we're more concerned with here, with this line pushing into southeast Missouri, just south of St. Louis. This is where we're thinking we're going to get some of those stronger gusty winds, maybe 50, 60 miles per hour. We may get some surges in those lines of thunderstorms, particularly this line here, as we head towards about 5, 6 o'clock tonight. If that happens, that also means we'll have the potential for some quick spin-up tornadoes. Once that leading edge passes by, then we get into more of that steadier, beneficial rain that'll last for a while into the evening hours. So by 9 o'clock or so, the threat of any severe weather will have exited the 5 on your side area. Now, there'll still be some more showers and some more rain. Not sure how heavy it's going to be, but with that second area of strong upper level winds passing through, once again, that causes lift in the atmosphere, and that'll squeeze out what moisture is available. So from now until about 9 o'clock tonight, that's our potential for the most active weather. The greatest severe threat looks like it's after lunchtime, more likely after 2 o'clock or so. 40 to 60 mile per hour winds, maybe a brief spin up tornado. And again, the cautionary tale here is this is not May 16th. This is not March 14th. You know, we're not talking about those massive severe weather days. Most of this is going to be beneficial rain, but for a few of us, there may be some brief, stronger, or severe thunderstorms that cause some areas of damage. So make sure you have your plan ready to go. We haven't had to use it for a while, which we're thankful for, and be ready to act. If we need to, if you need to act, you need to move, you need to get to safety, then do so. All right, so the wind is probably the greatest threat. Tornadoes a low threat, but again, quick spin-ups on that line this afternoon. Hail, not as much of a threat. Sure, there could be some. I think most of it will be small, but there could be some. And then flooding looks to be a very low threat here too. Again, looking from Grafton, we're watching those clouds rolling along, and we're getting some rain in Grafton. If you look closely, you can actually see the raindrops coming down right now. All right, here's what's going on at Lambert. 73 degrees right now. Lambert is reporting thunder. Not raining at the airport yet, you just see the bolt. When it starts raining, the drop gets added. But technically, we've already had our thunderstorm at Lambert. The observer has heard thunder. That's the only criteria that's required to have a thunderstorm. So as we go into the next few hours, temperatures are going to be in the 70s or around 70, depending on the amount of rain. Eventually, we drop back into the 60s, and our severe weather threat really is confined to this afternoon, and especially south and southeast of St. Louis. Next week, we actually get about average temperatures. I mean, tomorrow's going to be a breezy, cool day with highs only in the 60s, but next week, we're going to be in the 60s for most of the week with the exception of Monday. Again, our latest radar here, the number of lightning strikes has picked up a little bit in this area from what we're showing. There's the one severe thunderstorm warning down there. That is outside. Rolla would eventually be a part of that if that storm maintains its strength. Since you've already cooled off with already some showers and thunderstorms in that area, not sure that that storm is going to have enough fuel when it gets there to still be severe. But these are producing very heavy rainfall. All right, they're already pushing into the metro area. This area is just going to expand, we think, over the next few hours. And the bottom line is, for most of us, this is just going to be beneficial rain. We are desperate for rain right now. I don't know about your backyard, but I mean, my dog's paws can fall into the cracks in the backyard. They're so wide right now. So this will go a long way towards helping that. It is moving into the metro area now. Your biggest threat in the metro area at the moment is from lightning and the downpours. That's it, okay? That's all we've got in the metro area. These are thunderstorms, but they're not severe. We're going to keep you updated. We'll be back at 11 o'clock with another update for you right here on 5+. We'll do this top and bottom of the hour all day long, and in between, we will run that loop for you so that you can always check in on the radar. You can also do that on the 5+ app. The 5 on Your Side Weather Impact Team continues to monitor the weather across the bi-state area. This is the very latest. The Weather Impact Team continues to track the weather across the bi-state region at this hour. This is the very latest radar, satellite. All right, check, Tom. Check, Tom. Check, Tom. Check, Tom. Check, Tom. Okay. Now I'm going to put this back on. The 5 on Your Side Weather Impact Team continues to track the active weather across the bi-state region. This is the very latest. The 5 on Your Side Weather Impact Team continues to monitor the weather across the bi-state area. This is the very latest. The Weather Impact Team continues to track the weather across the bi-state region at this hour. This is the very latest radar, satellite, and temperature information across the region. The 5 on Your Side Weather Impact Team continues to track the active weather across the bi-state region. This is the very latest. The 5 on Your Side Weather Impact Team continues to monitor the weather across the bi-state area. This is the very latest. The Weather Impact Team continues to track the weather across the bi-state region at this hour. This is the very latest radar, satellite, and temperature information across the region. The 5 on Your Side Weather Impact Team continues to track the active weather across the bi-state region. This is the very latest. All right, good morning, everybody. It is 11 o'clock. As promised, we're bringing you some updates on what's going on with the weather across the area right now. Thunderstorms have rolled into the metro St. Louis area. Just want to make sure that you're hearing me and that everything's okay. Come back over and look. Looks like everything's okay on our end. So, we're in our weather impact alert. These storms are producing some 30 to 40 mile per hour wind gusts as they come into the metro area. That's below severe limits, but they are producing some torrential rain, which we badly need the rain. Okay, so that's a good thing, although it is coming a little fast and furious. The warning that was in effect down to the southwest of Rolla has been dropped. There is a severe thunderstorm warning out towards the Lake of the Ozarks area for some hail there. We may have a little bit of pea-sized hail with some of these thunderstorms around the area. More likely than not, you're looking at 30 to 40 mile per hour wind gusts, heavy rain, and a fair amount of lightning. Just in the metro area here, we're zoomed in to the metro area. We have 99 cloud-to-ground lightning strikes. It has become noisy over into Granite City. That's pushing into Edwardsville right now. Cahokia Heights down towards Columbia, you have some rain. 55 through the construction zone area, pretty soggy at this point. Arnold, looking at some heavy rain in that area right now. 40, 64, and 270. They're in the Des Peres area. Construction zone, always a mess. Now it's pouring in that area right now. So just keep that in mind. Then you look down to the southwest, we have rain that's pretty heavy here across a good chunk of the southern half of Wildwood down towards Eureka and also down towards High Ridge. We look back to the west and things have let up in New Melle. These storms are moving at about 40 miles per hour, give or take. Some of them are a little faster to the northeast. When the storms went through Weldon Spring, the National Weather Service office there, they had wind gusts around 30 miles per hour. In the valley, there were some spots where it was closer to 40, but now we've gone over to just more of a general rain there. However, High Ridge down to Cedar Hill, Hillsboro's in there too. It's pouring right now as you go down into a good chunk of Jefferson County across this area to the southwest of St. Louis. Now, that's hilly terrain. We're not too concerned about flooding threats right now, even though it is pouring, because the drenching rain that's coming down doesn't tend to last very long. So yes, there'll be some ponding on the roads, and you'll have some quick runoff, but this is just the first part of what we'll be seeing as we go through the day today. Down 44, some heavier rain out towards Sullivan right now, just kind of pushing this through. Here it comes into the metro area. This back edge of the heavier rain will be through St. Louis within the next hour or two. The question after that is going to be, do the clouds and any additional rain that develops, will that hold our temperatures down and keep us from becoming unstable later this afternoon? These are things we're continuing to assess as we go through the day. And literally, it's an hour-by-hour process on how this is going to all evolve as we head into this afternoon, for sure. Right? So these storms down towards Rolla and just to the south of Cuba there, this one's heading towards Steelville. Bet it has a little bit of small hail with it, just because of the lightning that you see there, and there's a little bit of a core. You've got some more action here near Potosi, moving towards Valley Mines. What we've seen farther east has been much more isolated and not dramatic at this point. And then it goes southwest, down 44. All of this is lifting to the northeast. Now, that one storm out around Lake of the Ozarks here, that's kind of on the northern fringes, and we'll see if this fills in, because the jets, there's two areas of strong winds aloft that are kind of centered in a core, if you will. And one of those is over mid-Missouri, lifting northeast now. So that's what's helping that storm over Lake of the Ozarks right now. And we'll see if some of this fills back in towards Herman, up towards Troy. You're getting some nice rain right now around Troy, over to Moscow Mills, over to Hardin. We saw the rain around Grafton, Jerseyville, going up towards Carrollton. So you're getting a decent amount of that rain right now. This is not severe. Again, maybe some 30 to 40 mile per hour wind gusts, badly needed rain, lightning certainly a threat. See this next surge coming in from the southwest down towards Tulsa. Okay, as that's moving northeast, that then becomes the primary threat area. And as it moves northeast, depending on what we're looking at in southeast Missouri from this morning's activity, and if that moderates the atmosphere, I think our severe threat is greatest for sure in southeast Missouri and southern Illinois. And why? It's almost 80 degrees at Cape Girardeau right now. It's almost 80 degrees in Evansville. We're right around 80 degrees in Sparta, over towards Mount Vernon. So those are the areas we're concerned about. Moisture, it's here. Dew points are in the 60s. So there's no problem. We have adequate moisture for these storms. When you're looking at severe weather ingredients, you're looking at the lift, which we have. You're looking for instability, which may be so-so. If we kept those temperatures, notice Chesterfield's dropped back to 66. If we can keep the temperatures around 68, 69, 70 in St. Louis for much of the afternoon, that limits our severe threat. But areas south of St. Louis, where temperatures are already close to 80, that enhances your severe weather threat. Okay, we know we got the moisture, we have some instability in spots, and we also have the strong winds aloft, so we have our wind shear, and we have the lift. So we have our four ingredients, especially showing up across southeast Missouri later today. All right, we'll be looking at these showers rolling through. Timing may or may not be exact on this. This is just one computer simulation that we're dealing with. But again, you're going to bring in more activity later today. And what we're looking at here, that line that's approaching Phelps County as we head towards 4 o'clock, that's what's down around and just west of Tulsa right now. That's what's developing down in Oklahoma. That's going to be the area we think we have to watch more closely than anything else, because as that surges towards the northeast and interacts with this air down to the south of St. Louis that's more unstable, you have the potential of seeing the stronger thunderstorms in those areas. Not that we won't see stronger storms again in St. Louis. It's certainly possible, but it depends on what our temperatures look like and how the wind fields interact with each other. You might have also noticed you saw a little spin there in the radar echoes. There may be a little surface wave, little surface low pressure that kind of is along the front lifting to the north and east. That also enhances, your southeast wind to some degree and maybe causes a few of those storms to rotate close to the ground. We'll still have showers around this evening, and even overnight there's another wave of showers that comes through, but the severe weather threats really concentrated during the afternoon hours. Starting now and going until 9 o'clock is when most of the active weather is going to happen. If we had to put a time frame on the worst of the severe weather chances when we think they'll peak, especially for south of St. Louis, we'd probably say 3 to 6, something like that. We've already seen a couple of 35 to 40 mile per hour wind gusts, so that's on the table, sure. Severe thunderstorm winds are around 60 miles per hour or higher, and I think we may see a few severe thunderstorms. We have the stronger winds just starting to push in aloft right now. So some of that will get translated down to the ground by some of these storms. They just drag that air down. Potential's there for a brief tornado, but I don't think we're looking at supercell thunderstorms here. I think you're looking at squall line type tornadoes, which are the brief spin ups. They don't last very long. They're not as strong, but they still can cause some localized enhanced areas of damage. So that's something we'll be monitoring for as we head through the afternoon hours. So you have your plan, you're going to stay updated, you'll be ready to act if you need to as we go into this afternoon. As far as the actual threats go, wind is the greatest threat for us, okay? And that could include, the isolated spin-up tornadoes too, but wind is a bit on the higher side for the threats. Hail, there could be some. Most of it's going to be sub-severe if we see it the way we think right now. Having said that, south of St. Louis, again, more instability means the storms go higher, grow stronger, and the potential is certainly there for some of that. As far as flooding goes, I think this rain's very beneficial. You get some downpours, you get the runoff pretty quickly, but the ground's also saturated, or not saturated, because we're in a drought. A couple of minutes ago, we had our Chesterfield camera up. Tracy Hinson and I were looking at this, and all you could see were just the headlights here. It was raining so hard. You see the rain has let up there now, but everybody's got their headlights on, which of course is law in Missouri and Illinois when you're using your windshield wipers. Rain has arrived at Lambert now, down to 71 degrees. So that's good news there. Your hour-by-hour forecast, really the showers and thunderstorms are going to be around all afternoon long, transitioning to more of a steadier rain later on in the afternoon and evening hours for us in St. Louis. South of St. Louis, that severe threat will continue to linger just a little bit longer. Crisp breeze tomorrow. Tracy, you nailed that. It's gonna be a little gusty tomorrow too, but at least the sun will come back tomorrow afternoon. Yeah, a little sweater weather. So I'm going to leave you with the radar loop again. Looking at the cloud-to-ground lightning strikes, we'll let it refresh a second. None of this is severe around St. Louis, but it's certainly here. And it's certainly producing some heavy rain, a lot of lightning. We have about 500 cloud-to-ground lightning strikes on this view. Stronger storms are pushing into Rolla. They don't look severe right now. That's a stronger storm there that's headed towards Steelville in about 5 minutes or so. And again, this is going to be run-of-the-mill thunderstorms that are strong in some cases, 30 to 40 mile per hour winds, but we're not expecting severe weather out of what we're seeing on the radar screen right now. I think we still have another hour or two, but areas across southeast Missouri and southern Illinois, generally along and south of 70 in Illinois, and probably along and south of 44 in Missouri. That's where our greatest severe weather risk is going to be as we head into this afternoon. And a lot of that, again, is going to be determined and perhaps mitigated by the rain that we see across the area this morning. You see, there is more back to the west, and so I think what's out around Lake of the Ozarks, is going to come back in and fill back in over St. Louis. So it's not your most beautiful day, certainly in the bi-state area, but we desperately need the rain on this Saturday. The potential's there for some stronger thunderstorms. We're seeing a few of those. It's pretty noisy around St. Louis with some of that cloud-to-ground lightning right now. But none of what we're seeing around Metro St. Louis is severe. And I don't think this batch is the batch that has that threat. It's later this afternoon. So we'll continue to monitor it for you. Tracy Hinson's here with me. Lance Blocker will be in a little bit, and we'll carry you through the afternoon into the evening. We keep that radar loop right here on 5 Plus going. We also will be back at the bottom of the hour. Bottom and the top of the hour. We'll get you about a 10-minute update, let you know what's going on, and kind of assess the trends, because that's what we're doing right now. We're assessing trends as to how this is going to evolve through the afternoon hours. So stick with us, 5 on your side. We have you covered. We're in our weather impact alert today. Again, for the metro area, most of us are probably not going to see severe weather, but we're definitely getting the storms, and one would expect that to continue.
The Weather Impact Team continues to track the weather across the bi-state region at this hour. This is the very latest radar, satellite, and temperature information across the region. The 5 on your side weather impact team continues to track the active weather across the bi-state region. This is the very latest. The 5 on your side weather impact team continues to monitor the weather across the bi-state area. This is the very latest. The weather impact team continues to track the weather across the bi-state region at this hour. This is the very latest radar, satellite, and temperature information across the region. The 5 on Your Side Weather Impact Team continues to track the active weather across the bi-state region. This is the very latest.
Nope, it's me. Hey there, everybody. Sorry, we're a little discombobulated because a severe thunderstorm watch just came in seconds ago. It is a new severe thunderstorm watch that does include St. Francis, St. Genevieve, Washington, Crawford, Phelps, Iron, Madison, Reynolds County. The areas that we've been most concerned about through this whole ordeal. Again, that's a look out into St. Charles where we've had some rain come through. Now we're looking at that heavier rain shifting east of St. Louis, but we're not done with it in the metro area. Everything that's down here along 44 is moving northeast. All of this is sliding northeast bound. And what it is doing is actually benefiting us. Not only do we need the rain in St. Louis because it's been so dry, but it's also holding those temperatures down. And we want to keep our temperatures as cool as we can as we go through the rest of the day around the metro area. That limits the threat of severe weather. That's why the watch is in effect farther south of St. Louis and does not include any of the metro area. Now, I'm not saying these storms aren't something you have to deal with. There's a lot of lightning in these storms right now. 127 lightning strikes, cloud-to-ground lightning strikes, just on this screen alone. That includes Wood River. That includes over towards Collinsville, where it's pouring now. That heavier rain up 157, going up into Madison County. Troy's getting some of that heavier rainfall. Belleville, you've seen one batch go through. You got another batch coming, pouring in Columbia, Illinois, also pouring down in Arnold right now. And as we take 157 farther north, look at this heavier rain into the Bethalto area. It stretches up to the north there. From Alhambra south through Highland, you're getting some of those heavier rain showers and thunderstorms right now. Again, not severe, but there may be some pea-sized hail in a few of these. There may be, especially on the leading edge of some of these strong storms. Trenton, you may have just seen your winds gust around 30, 35 miles per hour. Same sort of thing happening in New Baden right now and about ready to happen in Mascoutah. Here as we go down into Monroe County, these thunderstorms not producing severe weather, but especially that leading edge that's working its way towards New Athens here eventually and down towards Red Bud. Give it about 10 minutes or so and you'll have the chance of seeing some 30 to 40 mile per hour wind gusts there. Looking back into Jefferson County and points to the southwest, we still have some torrential rainfall here and a fair amount of cloud-to-ground lightning. None of this is severe. None of this is severe. It's beneficial rain for us, little noisy, maybe some gusty winds, but so far, the strongest winds we've seen have been 30 to 40 miles per hour across the area. You see how fast this is racing off towards the east and northeast. And there was earlier a severe thunderstorm warning out there around Lake of the Ozarks, and it looks like that storm may have weakened a little bit. This is going to be our area of concern. Now, the severe thunderstorm watch already up for this area down to the south of St. Louis. We're already warm and unstable, so potentially some of these storms could ramp up and produce some gusty winds and maybe some hail as well. This is not the main show, though. This is just the first wave. The main show will come later today, especially for areas down to the south of St. Louis. So when we're looking at this, you see that line of thunderstorms stretching all the way down to the southeast. It is moving towards the northeast. This rain, that severe thunderstorm warning that was out by Lake of the Ozarks, that storm's weakened. But you see the area of rain here continuing to surge onto the northeast. This will be very beneficial rain out around Herman, into Warrenton, into Wentzville again. You'll get it, but it won't be as heavy as what you saw earlier. Now, we're keeping our weather impact alert through 9 o'clock tonight to cover our southeastern counties in southern Illinois. But I think most of us on the Missouri side, by 4 to 5 o'clock, we'll be done with our severe weather threat. The greatest threat, 40 to 60 mile per hour winds. We can't rule out a brief isolated spin-up tornado south of St. Louis in particular, where the ingredients are more favorable. So you have your plan. You're staying updated by watching us here on 5+. You know we're here at the top and the bottom of the hour to keep you posted. This is the radar simulation of what's going on right now. And to be honest, it doesn't look like it's too far off. It seems to be doing a reasonably good job at the moment. Maybe the temperatures are a little off, but that's okay. But we'll be looking at areas of rain here into this afternoon. This is where, when we start to get to 3, 4, 5 o'clock, the potential for some of these stronger storms will develop, especially south of St. Louis. And you see where the temperatures are forecast to be: Perryville, Fredericktown, 78 degrees. Those higher numbers southeast of St. Louis, that's the instability fueling this. So it gets to work with the other ingredients. We have the lift. We're making the air rise today. We have the shear because we have the strong winds aloft. We don't have as much directional shear. In other words, when we're looking for big tornado events, we want to see the winds spinning as they go up. And we don't see that as much today. Okay, so that's why we're thinking it's just brief spin-up tornadoes if we were to see a tornado. And that would be a line that you see here coming into Rolla around 4 or so that we may have to watch, and as it extends south. Now, this model tries to push that heavier rain into St. Louis. We'll take the rain, don't want the severe weather. But you notice our temperatures are in the 60s at that point, and so there is a chance that all of the severe weather stays to our south. There will be some more showers during the overnight hours. So you're going to see this loop, and probably the next go round here when we see you at noon, we'll add a different computer model to it with the really short range guidance as we get closer to our potential for severe weather here down to the south of St. Louis. Again, what's going on now? Sliding through. This is what we're watching coming out of eastern portions of Oklahoma for later today and into this afternoon. The question, the biggest question and the biggest conundrum for us is, what will that have to work with when it gets into southern Missouri and southern Illinois? Does the rain this morning dampen our chances for severe weather? That would be a bonus in so many ways because we badly need the rain for sure, right? Where we're seeing the rain, temperatures are mostly in the 60s. Where we aren't, it's much warmer. Effingham, Salem, Flora, Mount Vernon, you're all above 80 degrees right now. Again, southeast of St. Louis, our biggest concerns. The wind is probably the greatest threat out of this. We don't see it being extreme wind. We see it being 50, 60 miles per hour in the strongest storms. Most of them are going to be 30, 40, 45 mile per hour wind gusts. But again, we can't rule out a little surge in those lines of thunderstorms later today and into the afternoon. Hail, we're not overly concerned about hail. The greatest threat for that also south of St. Louis, and we're not concerned about flooding because it's been so dry. All right, so you're looking out into the Chesterfield Valley. It is still raining in the Chesterfield Valley, not anything like it was when those storms came through earlier. Quick look at Lambert's conditions, now down to 67 degrees. Okay, so that's a good thing, kind of making things stable. Next few hours, there's our temperatures holding in the 60s and low 70s. Not too unstable. Showers and thunderstorms off and on. Tomorrow, the chilly breeze. Then we're bright again Monday and Tuesday. So we'll leave you with that radar picture again. And remember, we're streaming the radar through the rest of the day as we continue to monitor these storms. Tracy Hinson's here with me now. Lance Blocker will be in a little bit. The heaviest storms have pushed off to the east of St. Louis and then stretched down to our southwest. The biggest threat right now is from lightning and the downpours. And the downpours, I wouldn't say, are threatening because we need the rain and we need it badly. We'll keep you posted here as we head through the remainder of the afternoon hours and into this evening. North and interacts with the jet stream that is producing some pretty strong winds aloft. We'll see what evolves. For many of us, if not most of us, this is all just a beneficial rain type of scenario versus a damaging storm threat, and that's good. So we have temperatures in the 60s where it's raining now. Obviously, these are the areas here, east and southeast of St. Louis, where it has warmed up, which means you have a little extra fuel for those storms. But right now, even though Mount Vernon's 85 and Salem's 81, as those storms are pushing into you, the strongest wind and support to drive those storms is still back to the north and west. And so because of that, that also is a bit of a limiting factor for us on this Saturday afternoon. There's a look out into St. Charles. You can see a hint of the clouds trying to thin a little bit in the wake of the initial wave of rain, but there's more on the way. This is looking in O'Fallon, Illinois. You just had some heavier rain go through O'Fallon. It's actually let up a little bit at this point from where it was just a few minutes ago. And elsewhere across the region right now, Farmington, you're dry, you're mostly cloudy, you're warm. We're watching you folks in Farmington because that's where the severe weather potential is higher. There's downtown St. Louis, clouds. We've had some downpours here. Highland had a downpour. Look at the leaves falling off the trees. I think we're going to see a lot of that today and tomorrow. Not only the rain, but we're going to get a bit breezy here as we head into tonight and tomorrow, and that's going to result in a lot of leaves flying off the trees. So the medium threat for wind gusts, that's probably our greatest threat. It is our greatest threat. Keep saying probably. It is our greatest threat. Okay, some of those storms are going to have 40 to 60 mile per hour winds. We've already seen 30 to 40 mile per hour winds, and we aren't even that unstable. Okay, and the jet stream's not even fully, the strongest winds aloft, not even fully over us yet. The tornado threat overall is low. The hail threat overall is low, although south of St. Louis, there may be enough lift and instability to fuel a couple of stronger storms. And the flooding threat looks to be on the low side here. I know we've had some drainage problems on some of the roads because it's rained so hard briefly this morning. But as far as a big time flood threat, that pretty much does not exist because the ground is so dry and we need this rain. It is 67 degrees in St. Louis. Good news. Temperatures are down. We're going to hold it in the upper 60s, around 70 here as the clouds and the showers and the rumbles of thunder go on through. We'll leave you with that radar picture again. You don't see any severe thunderstorm warnings on here. These storms that are working towards Nokomis, they're working over here really out towards Vandalia. They're through Greenville, but that leading edge as it's pushing towards Salem, Illinois, you're probably going to see some 30 to 40 mile per hour wind gusts on that leading edge. Same holds true southern portions of St. Clair County that we just talked about, and perhaps the same down here as well, although it's not as warm across parts of Crawford and Washington counties and Iron County as it is, say, over in Salem and Mount Vernon. Here's more rain coming in from the west, and then additional storms that are developing back into west central portions of Missouri into parts of mid-Missouri, Lake of the Ozarks area. Those are the areas we're watching this afternoon, and we'll continue to do so. We will see you at 12:30 with another update right here on 5 Plus, and we'll just keep you posted right through the afternoon hours. Tracy Henson's with me. Lance Blocker will be in a little bit. Again, this rain is badly needed rain. We also have the crawl at the bottom of the screen. So should a warning get issued, you see the severe thunderstorm watch crawl going right now. Should a warning get issued, you'll see it there first, and then you'll probably hear us right after that. We'll check back with you shortly.
The 5 on Your Side Weather Impact Team continues to monitor the weather across the bi-state area. This is the very latest. The Weather Impact Team continues to track the weather across the bi-state region at this hour. This is the very latest radar, satellite, and temperature information across the region. The 5 on Your Side Weather Impact Team continues to track the active weather across the bi-state region. This is the very latest. The 5 on Your Side Weather Impact Team continues to monitor the weather across the bi-state area. This is the very latest. The Weather Impact Team continues to track the weather across the bi-state region at this hour. This is the very latest radar, satellite, and temperature information across the region. The 5 on your side weather impact team continues to track the active weather across the bi-state region. This is the very latest. The 5 on your side weather impact team continues to monitor the weather across the bi-state area. This is the very latest. The weather impact team continues to track the weather across the bi-state region at this hour. This is the very latest radar, satellite, and temperature information across the region. The 5 on Your Side Weather Impact Team continues to track the active weather across the bi-state region. This is the very latest.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. I'm Chief Meteorologist Scott Cano on the Weather Impact Weather Center, along with Tracy Hinson. We continue to monitor for our threats of severe weather across the area this afternoon. To be honest, right now it's just been some rain, and some of it's been pretty heavy around the St. Louis area, and that's been beneficial for us at this point. We do have the potential, though, for some stronger storms as we continue through the remainder of the afternoon, especially south of St. Louis. And that's where we have our severe thunderstorm watch that runs until 6 o'clock tonight. Does not include any of the metro counties. That doesn't mean we're not going to have some more stronger storms, because we are going to see some more stronger storms, we think, in St. Louis, with more downpours, more cloud-to-ground lightning. We think that's on tap for later this afternoon. But areas south of St. Louis are more unstable. It's warmer in those areas, and it seems that the ingredients will come together better so that the potential for severe weather is a little higher in the severe thunderstorm watch area. That includes Rolla, it includes Steelville, it includes Potosi, Farmington, Bonne Terre, St. Genevieve, Bloomsdale, down to Fredericktown, back towards Ironton, Viburnum, Centerville. Now, I know right now, Sparta, Perryville, you're looking at this and saying, well, we're right there, close to that. This is the first watch of the day. There'll probably be another one later this afternoon for areas south and east. We'll go with this threat until about 9 o'clock tonight, right? So most of us will be done with the severe threat by 5:30, 6 o'clock. But for our southeastern counties, over towards Mount Vernon, over towards Salem, down towards Perryville, it may be a little bit later than that. So, you know, at least into the early to mid-evening hours, 40 to 60 mile per hour winds. That seems to be our main threat. There could be a brief spin-up tornado. There will be downpours. We've already seen that this morning. And in some of those poor drainage areas, we've seen some localized urban flooding. You have your severe weather plan, you're staying updated, and you're ready to act if anything gets really wonky here as we go through the remainder of the day. I think for most of us, our severe weather plan is basically staying inside while these storms are in the area. Look at all the cloud-to-ground lightning. There's quite a bit of it out there with these storms. About 1,000 cloud-to-ground lightning strikes on this map alone. Just on this map, just this area. That includes what's going on off to the east and northeast of St. Louis. Look at those storms really blossoming here in terms of the amount of lightning as we go off to the east and northeast of St. Louis. Around the metro area, it's still raining. This is mostly light rain right now. Occasionally, there's a rumble of thunder. There's no severe threat immediately in the metro area. Even here off to the east of St. Louis, wouldn't say this is an immediate severe threat, but here's your line of stronger storms pushing towards St. Elmo, stretching down, approaching Kim Monday. Eventually, they're going to get into Salem too. And right along that leading edge, there may be some wind gusts around 40 miles per hour for a few places. That's still below severe limits, but those are strong storms, and they're producing some torrential rainfall as well. And then that stretches back towards Carlisle, out along Interstate 64 as you work your way towards Germanville, and then down towards Lively Grove. And then here in southern portions of St. Clair County, we've seen the storms tend to diminish somewhat, the last of the stronger storms moving out of Marissa right now. So we get a little bit of a break, but not for much longer, because there are more showers and thunderstorms that are percolating back to the west. We have some activity here down across Randolph County. That's in Steelville, Illinois. Some downpours there. Prairie du Rocher with some downpours at the moment. Here in Jefferson County and parts of Monroe County, another big batch moving in towards Waterloo. That's mostly going to get right from Waterloo and just north, going up towards Columbia. It's moving northeastbound. Again, Hillsboro, Missouri, Cedar Hill. We've been looking at the heavy rain down 21, down Highway 32. Then go back to Richwoods. Get into portions of Washington and Franklin County. You've had some pretty good rains here over the last couple of hours. That stretches down here across Washington into Crawford County with those stronger storms southeast of Steelville right now. None of this looks severe. None of this looks all that ominous. What it is producing is some good rain and cloud to ground lightning. Now, this area down towards Salem and going south from there is an area that we'll continue to monitor, because it is more unstable here in southeast portions of Missouri. But keep in mind, as this whole line is slowly trudging east, most of the storms are moving northeast. So it's not like this line is just going to plow into this really warm, humid air. You may see some storms just develop out by themselves. What we're also watching is really the main show that's back here to the west of us. When we have our potential of severe weather that really ramps up, it'll be because of this coming at us from the southwest. I think for most of us, that's going to mean good rain, maybe some heavy rain. David Buth, one of our retired photographers here at 5 on Your Side, he just texted in, said already 2 inches of rain over in the Metro East. So that was out of the first wave. Not everybody got that. I think Smartfield was just a little bit, about 0.15 of an inch. Chesterfield Valley, about 0.05 of an inch out there at Spirit. But if you've been under the downpours, you've had some heavy rain. So it continues off and on throughout the afternoon. As we head towards 3, 4, 5 o'clock, that's when we're going to be in our heightened awareness mode for the potential of these stronger to severe thunderstorms, as that's when we get the combination of the energy and the winds aloft and the maximized lifting kind of spinning over us. Again, there's going to be some gusty winds. There's going to be some very heavy rainfall, which at times may cause some minor flooding problems in flood-prone areas. This is the hourly updated high-resolution model. It's pretty close to what's going on right now, and you see it just keeps bringing wave after wave of showers and thunderstorms, but it's the ones after 3 o'clock that come in from the west that we'll be concerned with. Now, are the most intense thunderstorms going to be in St. Louis? This is probably a little bit too far north. We probably need to nudge that line a little farther south because of the ongoing showers that we're doing and seeing right now that are ongoing at the moment. That's tending to kind of limit how unstable the atmosphere can be. Bottom line is we will continue to monitor the scenario here as we head through this afternoon and watch how these showers and thunderstorms roll across the region. Well, my watch didn't go off, so it can't be a warning, right? Or is it? Let's just check. You see anything?
What discussion?
Oh, what's up over there? Oh, that's a special weather statement for Effingham. So no, okay. Whenever we hear our little beeping, we got all these little noises here from the National Weather Service because we're tied in so they can keep us updated on what's going on and what we see. Again, keeping temperatures in the 60s, great thing. As low as we can go, we'll keep them there. But Farmington 78, Sparta's 81, 85 in Mount Vernon. There's St. Charles. You have some more rain trying to push into St. Charles right now. This is a more gentle rain compared to what we were looking at. We showed you O'Fallon last hour. Visibilities have actually improved a little more there now as the heaviest rain has shifted off to the east. Ominous looking skies down in Farmington. I do think you may see something either bubble up pretty close to you, or you're going to get that action that's just to your north and west sliding in. Biggest threat, winds. Okay, the tornado threat seems to be, if we were to see a tornado, it's one of those brief spin ups that isn't a long track kind of tornado that causes big time damage. It causes localized damage, brief spin ups. If you're inside away from windows and doors, you're doing just fine on the lowest level. There'll be some isolated instances perhaps of poor drainage areas flooding and maybe a little minor flash flooding. Hail also not a big concern for us at this hour. 67 degrees, current temperature in St. Louis. Southeast breeze at 11 miles per hour. We're holding in the 60s here the next couple of hours. May get back to, 70 or so. But because we're dealing with the amount of rain we're dealing with right now, that's keeping us pretty stable overall in the metro area. And the only warning is out there west of the Lake of the Ozarks right now. And you watch, even as those showers and thunderstorms are rolling towards Jefferson City, there's a trend toward those showers and thunderstorms weakening. The trends we will watch for the areas down to the south and southeast of St. Louis, remember we showed you the dark skies there around Farmington. You do have some thunderstorms trying to develop just to your northeast right now and sliding over towards St. Genevieve. So again, this area all primed for more showers and thunderstorms. The exact amount of a severe weather threat is still contingent on whether the ingredients all come together later today for areas mainly south of St. Louis. Is what we've been saying for several days. Yes, this is impactful rain because we have events happening around St. Louis today. You had plans probably to be outside and you're having to adjust those. But if we can get by without much severe weather across the region, and we think in the metro area, we probably will get by without much in the way of severe thunderstorm activity, then we're in pretty good shape, okay? All right, we'll be back again in about 20 minutes with another update.
The 5 on Your Side Weather Impact Team continues to monitor the weather across the bi-state area. This is the very latest. The Weather Impact Team continues to track the weather across the bi-state region at this hour. This is the very latest radar, satellite, and temperature information across the region. The 5 on Your Side Weather Impact Team continues to track the active weather across the bi-state region. This is the very latest. The 5 on Your Side Weather Impact Team continues to monitor the weather across the bi-state area. This is the very latest. The Weather Impact Team continues to track the weather across the bi-state region at this hour. This is the very latest radar, satellite, and temperature information across the region. The 5 on Your Side Weather Impact Team continues to track the active weather across the bi-state region. This is the very latest. The 5 on Your Side Weather Impact Team continues to monitor the weather across the bi-state area. This is the very latest. The Weather Impact Team continues to track the weather across the bi-state region at this hour. This is the very latest radar, satellite, and temperature information across the region. The 5 on Your Side Weather Impact Team continues to track the active weather across the bi-state region. This is the very latest.
Good afternoon from downtown St. Louis. Tracy Hinson, Scott Connell. We're here in the Weather Impact Weather Center this afternoon, tracking these storms across the area. Just heard some rumbles of thunder downtown St. Louis. But the good news is we don't have any warnings in effect right now. We do have a severe thunderstorm watch, though, for our southern counties. That stretches from Rolla over to St. Genevieve. It includes Potosi. It includes Steelville, Ironton, Viburnum, Fredericktown, Centerville, St. Genevieve in on that too. It'll likely get extended farther south and east as the afternoon wears on. That runs until 6 o'clock tonight. Really, our main threat is from gusty winds outside of some of the thunderstorms. And we have a few thunderstorms now that may very well be capable of producing some gusty wind. But we'll run this through about 9 o'clock tonight, our weather impact alert for our southeastern counties, because we do think it's going to be a little bit later, probably after 6 o'clock, when our far southeastern counties, 6, 7, 8 o'clock, when you're looking at your greatest threat for these strong winds and potentially a brief tornado. Now, don't want you to stress out about that tornado threat. What we're seeing would be basically brief spin-up tornadoes. And that just causes some localized damage, similar to what you would see from a 50 to 60, 70 mile an hour wind out of a thunderstorm. So that's not out of the question. But again, that's not our greatest threat. Look at the line of storms right now that stretches from Effingham back down through Salem and then heading down towards Pinckneyville and then back over towards St. Genevieve. That's a line that has a lot of warmth out ahead of it to go along with that moisture that's available. and some stronger winds aloft. So this is our line of strongest storms that we're seeing in our area right now. And it's producing a tremendous amount of lightning across the region for sure. We're looking at almost 900 lightning strikes on the screen at this point, with the vast majority of that being off to the east of St. Louis or being back over the Ozarks. What's along the secondary line, if you will, which stretches from St. Louis down into Jefferson, Crawford, and Washington counties down into Dent County, is not as intense. Thunderstorms, yes, but not as intense. So there you go. As we watch this activity pushing in, yes, there's rumbles of thunder around St. Louis. There are still embedded downpours in here, and that includes on the stretch up 255 from Columbia, working your way up towards 64. It includes out Highway 15, Our Lady of the Snows, a little on the damp side right now. North County getting a nice beneficial rain. Much of St. Charles County, West St. Louis County, also with that beneficial rain. The stronger storms here are east of Vandalia now. They're over towards Effingham, and then they stretch down 57 into Kinmunday, into Salem. And it's really that leading edge that's now south and east of Salem where you're going to see those stronger winds, and then going south of Salem down towards Wren Lake on Interstate 57. Those are the areas where you're likely to see some of the stronger gusty winds right at the leading edge of these thunderstorms. And when I say strong to gusty winds, or strong and gusty winds, we're talking about wind gusts here that are running 40 to maybe 45 miles per hour out of some of these storms. Now, farther back where we've already had some rain, you're not seeing that kind of wind, right? So that's good news. New Athens down to Marissa, you still have some heavier rainfall there. That does stretch down into Randolph County, still pouring here along the Monroe-Randolph County line. And wouldn't be surprised, because it's so much warmer down to the south of St. Louis, if we did have some gusty winds with this, moving in towards Bloomsdale and eventually towards St. Genevieve. Don't think we're looking at gusty winds in here, but you are getting a pretty good rain across most of Jefferson County right now. And there could be some localized flooding on some of the roads where there's poor drainage. This is also hilly terrain, so it's been exceedingly dry. And the ground, of course, is rock solid. So initially, some of this water is running off. And so you're probably seeing some pretty quick rises in the creeks and streams, but eventually the ground's going to start soaking this up and doing so really well. Potosi, you're looking at some heavy rain all the way across Mark Twain Forest on Highway 8. It does let up some as you head towards Steelville. And this is that general area of rain that's north of the thunderstorms, where you're just hearing an embedded rumble of thunder, but this is really good rain that's working its way from Union into St. Clair, into Wildwood, back out into St. Charles County again. We'll watch these storms, though, that are down towards Salem. As these storms down to the south, and you'll see it in a minute, our temperatures are so much warmer down to the south that's why that severe thunderstorm watch is in effect. There are other showers and thunderstorms without warnings back over parts of the Ozarks right now and into mid-Missouri, then into southwest Missouri, and then stretching down into northwest Arkansas. So I got two things I want to show you here, two futurecasts. They're really both from the same model. One is from a model that updates every few hours, like every 6 hours. The other is one that updates every hour. And so you'll see a bit of a difference in that. So you see we have, and honestly, both of them seem to be doing pretty well. Look where the strongest storm is now. It's over here by Effingham. It's pretty close to having that here. Stronger storms down approaching Salem, it's got it. So we're kind of seeing this work out pretty well. Now, it's not exact. This is just a simulated radar, but it does show more downpours across the area. Our concern is when we get into this afternoon and we get that surge in here from southwest Missouri, that we will have the potential increasing for severe weather down to the south and southeast of St. Louis in particular. So again, that lifts on through. By 9 o'clock tonight, our severe weather threat will be exiting the area, and then we'll be left with just some showers overnight. Another perspective, this is the hourly updating scenario. And again, it's not doing a really bad job. It's actually looking pretty close to what's out there. It has some stronger storms towards Salem, check, okay? Stronger storms over around Effingham, check. Heavier rain stretching back into Jefferson County, down into Washington County, check. It's got it, right? One of the things we look at is meteorologists when we're trying to assess whether we want to buy into any of the computer guidance that we get is it showing what's happening right now, or is it completely, or the computer model is completely lost? This is showing pretty well what's going on right now. And it continues to generate rain across the region as we head through the afternoon hours, showers and thunderstorms. Now, here comes the line that potentially has the severe weather with it. This computer model is probably a little too far north, and we say that because rain-cooled air ought to keep the stronger storms down to the south of St. Louis. But notice how definitive this looks when you're looking at that line of storms. You go from next to nothing right into the red, okay? That's an indication that you are looking at a very intense line of thunderstorms, and potentially you see some surges of wind in there. And that's why we think the wind is the greatest threat, with 40, 50, maybe 60 mile per hour winds. And again, once we're past 9 o'clock, severe weather threat, gone out of our area, over into the Ohio Valley. Here's the broader picture. And the thing to really notice here, okay, not only the radar and the fact that we have all this rain coming at us from the southwest, okay, that's important, sure. Look at your temperature at Cape Girardeau. It's 87 degrees there now. It's 85 right now over in Evansville, 85 in Nashville, in the 80s in Memphis. Okay, so these areas of southeast Missouri, southern Illinois, not only are we starting to see the stronger winds aloft spread over those areas, okay, and our area for that matter, but those areas have a lot more fuel to generate these thunderstorms because it's so much warmer. Mount Vernon's still 83. Sparta's cooled off to 71, but Perryville's 81. Farmington's still 78. Most of us that have been looking at this rain for the last couple of 3 hours, in the 60s right now. And that's exactly where we want to keep it. More rain is pushed into St. Charles. It's a pretty steady rain, making for maybe some slow travel as everybody kind of reduces their speed under these wet conditions, but not enough to cause big, huge problems. Interstate 64 here on the Illinois side, in O'Fallon, is rolling along. You had the really heavy rain earlier, and that's let up some. You also had quite a bit of rain earlier over in Highland, and that's let up a little bit. Downtown, we're still seeing some rain. We occasionally hear some rumbles of thunder, nothing severe. Road's still dry in Farmington. Don't know how much longer you're going to have to wait in Farmington. It won't be much longer. So the winds are our biggest threat from this storm. And again, the greatest threats for severe weather south of St. Louis, where the watch is in effect right now. Again, St. Genevieve, St. Francis, Washington, Crawford, Phelps, Reynolds, Iron, Madison County, and our viewing area, and then going south and southwest from there. That's where the greatest threat is right now. And that wind is going to be the greatest threat. Gusts maybe above 60 miles per hour in a few cases. But 40 to 60 miles per hour, we've already seen that with some of these thunderstorms we're dealing with. The overall threat for tornadoes is low. The overall threat for large hail, it's low. Flooding, the overall threat's low. Does that mean that there won't be any flooding? No, there's already been some problems in poor drainage areas already this morning where we've had upwards of 1.5 inches or 2 inches of rain in a short amount of time. Clouds in St. Louis, rumbles of thunder, 66 degrees at Lambert right now. And again, we want to keep those temperatures as close to or below 70 as we can this afternoon. All right, it's about 10 minutes after 1 o'clock. I'm going to leave you with this radar picture. You're looking at it, strongest storms right now over by Iuka and heading into Clay County in Illinois. Maybe some small hail, maybe some gusty winds around 45 to 55 miles per hour with them. The rest of the storms are not showing signs of being severe or becoming severe, but we continue to monitor for those areas down to the south of St. Louis, as that's where it's much, much warmer and where that potential exists for those storms to strengthen. We'll keep you updated this afternoon here on 5+. You're doing everything you need to do by staying up to speed on what's happening weather-wise around the St. Louis area and across our viewing area. We'll keep you updated all afternoon long right here on 5+.
The 5 on Your Side Weather Impact Team continues to monitor the weather across the bi-state area. This is the very latest. The Weather Impact Team continues to track the weather across the bi-state region at this hour. This is the very latest radar, satellite, and temperature information across the region. The 5 on Your Side Weather Impact Team continues to track the active weather across the bi-state region. This is the very latest. The 5 on your side weather impact team continues to monitor the weather across the bi-state area. This is the very latest. The Weather Impact Team continues to track the weather across the bi-state region at this hour. This is the very latest radar, satellite, and temperature information across the region. The 5 on your side weather impact team continues to track the active weather across the bi-state region. This is the very latest. The 5 on Your Side Weather Impact Team continues to monitor the weather across the bi-state area. This is the very latest. The Weather Impact Team continues to track the weather across the bi-state region at this hour. This is the very latest radar, satellite, and temperature information across the region. The 5 on Your Side Weather Impact Team continues to track the active weather across the bi-state region. This is the very latest.
All right, everybody, we're checking back in with you here at the bottom of the hour. It's 1:30, and we're bringing you updates bottom of the hour, top of the hour here on 5 Plus, so you're up to speed. Lance Blocker's here, Tracy Hinson's here. We're here, we're having a good time chit-chatting and not really too concerned about what's going on at the moment with the weather. There are some showers, there are thunderstorms, but there's been nothing severe, and the odds of that are fading. Even for some of our areas to the south of St. Louis, we're starting to see some of those showers and thunderstorms kind of mitigate the atmosphere down here across Phelps County, Washington, Crawford County. You still have that severe thunderstorm watch till 6 o'clock. St. Genevieve, St. Francis, Madison, Iron, and Reynolds County. We run this until 9 o'clock tonight. There are still weather impacts for sure. They've been downpours out there throughout the course of the day. We've had some minor, urban flooding with the poor drainage areas. You get that anytime you get heavy rain, not real flash flooding. The chance and the potential for some flooding issues certainly does exist, but the ground's been so dry, this ground's going to soak up most of what we see. The 40 to 60 mile per hour winds, that's our greatest threat. There might be a brief isolated tornado, mainly well south of St. Louis. Again, it's something we're monitoring because that threat will increase, if it's going to, as we head into the mid-afternoon hours and on into early this evening, farther south and southeast of St. Louis. And listen, you're already staying up to date on what's going on by joining us here on 5 Plus. You have your severe weather plan, even though we haven't had to use it. In most cases in this scenario, I'd say if you're inside, away from windows and doors when those stronger thunderstorms roll through, you're just fine. We don't need to go to a lot of extensive, preparation for this at this point. We're not looking at massive tornadoes here across our area or large tornadoes. And the more rain we see, like what we're seeing right now, the better off we are in our potential for severe weather. Strongest storms been off to the east of St. Louis and to the south of St. Louis during the last few hours. Still have rain across much of the metro area right now. Still some rumbles of thunder at the moment on this view. And when we talked to you the last couple of hours, we've been up around 900, 1,000 lightning strikes. At the moment, we're down to 657. That's an indication that the storms are not being any stronger than they were, perhaps losing a little bit of their punch. And we're okay with that. The strongest storms seem to have been the ones off to the east of St. Louis that are now over into Effingham and Clay counties and down into southern portions of Marion County, Illinois, moving into northern portions of Jefferson County. That's in the Mount Vernon area, the Salem area. There's nothing severe around St. Louis. This is just really beneficial rain. I know it's a weekend. You probably had outdoor plans. Most of us have plans on weekends when we can. We need this rain. Boy, do we need this rain. So this is just beneficial rain in the metro area. And it's not only beneficial because we need the rain, it's beneficial because it's cooling the air down. And that's limiting our instability, which is the storm fuel for any severe weather. So you look over to Salem and Iuka in Illinois, over towards Flora. Yeah, that's where we have some of those stronger storms. Yes, they're making some noise. They're putting down some heavy rain. The leading edge of that coming into Flora right now may be producing some 30 to 40 mile per hour wind gusts. Same sort of thing holds true as you're approaching Mount Vernon right now. It's not a huge amount of wind. It's not damaging wind. You see those stronger storms with the downpours across much of Washington County in Illinois, southern portions here, far southern portions of St. Clair County, Monroe County, and down into northern portions of Randolph County. Now this area from St. Genevieve to Chester over to Steelville, we are a little more concerned about the severe weather threat here, because while the areas to the north that are seeing these widespread showers and thunderstorms have cooled back into the 60s, areas that are outside of those thunderstorms have warmed well into the 80s right now. So that's an area that we're watching and where we have our greatest concerns. And we'll show you why those concerns are a little greater in just a second as we kind of keep our radar travel going here, our little radar tour. Still looking at a lot of decent, steady rain here as you go into the southern half of Jefferson County. Hilly terrain, watch for the low spots on some of the roads. I don't think we're talking about water crossings getting too high here. Potosi, you're getting some heavy rain. that rain, this nice area of rain continues to move across Franklin County, Crawford County, even down towards the Rolla area, starting to let up a little bit there. But again, beneficial, fairly steady rain at this point, sliding towards the northeast. Now, when we broaden out the perspective a little bit, we do have to watch this area. Reynolds County, Iron County, Madison County, southern parts especially of St. Francis, St. Genevieve County, down into Perry County, and the southern parts of Randolph County here in Illinois, because this area is where we still have some warm air, okay? It's not been turned over by the atmosphere. And then you look out to the west and you see this massive amount of rainfall and thunderstorms coming at us from the southwest. There is one severe thunderstorm warning here that's just to the north and west of Springfield. I don't know how long that's going to be able to hold on. Honestly, moving into an area that's already been kind of turned over. The atmosphere has been turned over. Again, this hour we have the radar simulations from two different models. It's really the same model. One just updates every 6 hours and one updates every hour. And they seem to be handling things pretty well. Okay, more rain coming into St. Louis, more downpours down to the south. The question is, you're seeing there's no rain down here towards Fredericktown, Perryville, really. That means you're still warm going into the late afternoon hours when that line that's out to the west comes in and impacts our region. So that's why we have the greater concerns for severe weather to the south of us. Yes, we could still have some wind gusts with thunderstorms over St. Louis because the winds aloft are so strong, but you don't have the instability to work with everything and create widespread severe weather. Now, this is the hourly updating model. All right, again, kind of representative of what you just saw on the radar screen. So it's doing a pretty good job overall. It's got the trends in hand. I think the one trend it may not have a good handle on is dragging this really intense northern part of this line into St. Louis. I think that's going to be a little farther to the south of St. Louis as we go towards 5 or 6 o'clock. But again, these areas down to the south where it's still warm, that's where we have our concerns for the potential, a greater potential of severe weather. And again, we're not talking about widespread severe weather out of this. This is more widespread beneficial rain than anything else. But it is 87 degrees at Cape Girardeau right now, 85 over at Evansville. So those warmer temperatures in this area that hasn't been turned over where there's been rain, as the energy continues to swing in from the west. And I'm telling you, it's not a perfect setup for severe weather because you have to get all the ingredients to line up just so. The stronger winds that are over us now, that jet streak and that jet stream, that core of stronger winds, the first of two, is pretty much right over the middle part, I would say, of Missouri right now. It's kind of made its way. I'm trying to work towards northeast Missouri, so it's very close to being right overhead. But that's not the strongest batch of winds with this. That's coming farther north and west. That's why you see showers and even some snowflakes there showing up farther north and west of us. So that doesn't come in until tonight. By then, we don't have any heat. So it's just showers. Everywhere that it's rained, temperatures are in the 60s. Perryville, Farmington, Mount Vernon, Florida's starting to get the rain right now. You'll come down pretty quickly. But with those temperatures in the 80s southeast, that's the area that we will watch. Kind of a quick tour of what's going on right now. Still pretty steady rain happening out in St. Charles County. You still have rain falling here in O'Fallon, Illinois, not as heavy as it was. We had really some torrential downpours there for a while this morning. But that's all coming on. Farmington, you're still looking at the clouds, looking a little ominous, but still no rain in Farmington proper just yet. The greatest threat from these storms, and when I say threat, I'm not looking at rain as being a threat. Rain is beneficial right now because we are so dry. So flooding really is a low concern. Yes, if you get rain at 2 or 3 inches an hour for 20 or 30 minutes, kind of that deluge type of rain, you're going to have some ponding on the roads. You're going to have some poor drainage areas that have some problems. But we're not looking at big flash flooding. We're not looking at large areas of hail. We're not looking at large amounts of tornadoes, maybe 1 or 2 spin-ups. It's the wind out of some of those storms, and it's the leading edge of those storms where it would be a problem. That's where your winds will be gusty at the leading edge of the storm. 66 now, Odds are we're going to keep it in the 60s for the rest of the afternoon. It's okay by me. I think it's okay by most of us to stay in the 60s. Again, watching southeast Missouri, southern portions of Illinois, the areas not yet impacted by any of these showers and thunderstorms. We will watch for continued development down that way, but I think our severe weather threat is going to be limited to the areas where right now you are close to or above 80 degrees versus the areas that are already seeing rain. It's going to be hard to get severe weather for the areas that are already seeing rain, and this is, in fact, beneficial rain. All right, it's 1:40. We'll be back with you at 2 o'clock and give you another update right here on 5+.
The 5 on Your Side Weather Impact Team continues to monitor the weather across the bi-state area. This is the very latest. The Weather Impact Team continues to track the weather across the bi-state region at this hour. This is the very latest radar, satellite, and temperature information across the region. The 5 on Your Side Weather Impact Team continues to track the active weather across the bi-state region. This is the very latest. The 5 on Your Side Weather Impact Team continues to monitor the weather across the bi-state area. This is the very latest. The Weather Impact Team continues to track the weather across the bi-state region at this hour. This is the very latest radar, satellite, and temperature information across the region. The 5 on your side weather impact team continues to track the active weather across the bi-state region. This is the very latest. The 5 on your side weather impact team continues to monitor the weather across the bi-state area. This is the very latest. The weather impact team continues to track the weather across the bi-state region at this hour. This is the very latest radar, satellite, and temperature information across the region. The 5 on Your Side Weather Impact Team continues to track the active weather across the bi-state region. This is the very latest.
All right, it is 2 o'clock on this Saturday afternoon. We have some good news in that we don't have any severe weather across the area right now. We're getting some really good rainfall, which we so desperately need. And the potential of severe weather for most of us is limited this afternoon. For most of us, we do see still the potential for some stronger storms down across parts of southeast Missouri and our southern portions of our viewing area as we head through this afternoon. That's where we have a severe thunderstorm watch. It's in effect from Rolla over to Farmington and St. Genevieve, down to Fredericktown, down to Centerville and Lesterville, and back to Rolla here. Basically, this area over the eastern Ozarks. It's still warm in many of those locations, although I'm going to say it's probably going to be hard to get Rolla to get a severe thunderstorm after all the rain you've seen down there. And the same holds true for northern portions of Crawford and Washington counties. But we still have that potential of seeing some stronger storms over our southeastern counties from now until about 9 o'clock tonight for our far southeastern counties. Now, the rain we're seeing now could very well mitigate that severe threat. We still think some of the thunderstorms outside of the severe threat may have 30 to 40 mile per hour wind gusts, which we've seen so far this morning, and may see again through the evening hours as we get another surge of energy in here. But this afternoon, early this evening, there could also be a few stronger storms well to the south and maybe an isolated tornado that spins up out of that. We're not looking at big time tornado threat here. So you're already staying updated on what's going on this afternoon by joining us on 5+, so that's a good thing. And you probably already have your severe weather plan, which in this case would be being inside away from windows and doors and on the lowest floor if that need arises. We haven't seen that need today. Obviously, when it's storming and you have all these cloud to ground lightning strikes, you want to be inside, but none of this has been severe today. The worst that we've seen has been about a 40 to 45 mile per hour wind gust out of a couple of the storms. Lightning strikes now down to 678. Remember, when we were talking to you about an hour and a half ago, 2 hours ago, we were up around 1,000 lightning strikes on this same view. It's a lot more active than it is right now, and we'll certainly take that. Here's how things are evolving. Everything's moving off towards the northeast, these lines of showers and thunderstorms. We are beginning to see some additional development here across our southeast Missouri counties. And again, those are the areas where it's warmer, so we have to watch for the potential of some kind of development there that becomes a little more intense. But so far, the most intense storms here have just been heavy rainers. And you're seeing that down around Waterloo, into Columbia, into the Metro East, North St. Louis County. St. Charles County still getting a nice rain. Wildwood down to Six Flags, nice rain here. You go up into southeastern portions of Jersey County, up towards Litchfield. That's a nice, fairly steady rain. That's perfect for what we need with this dry weather. Now this rain's a little heavier from Florida to Salem, down here to Centralia, back towards Nashville, and you might even have some wind gusts here that are just off to the southeast of Centralia trying to approach Mount Vernon. That's right on 64. That's also a construction zone too. Seems like it's been a construction zone forever. So the drainage may not be all that good there. Got to keep that in mind too. As you look down farther south of St. Louis, this is down into Monroe County, St. Clair County. Again, you're looking at that moisture and pretty heavy rainfall rates here sliding northeastbound through this area. So this is decent, good rain. Now, there may be some ponding on the roads, and probably the streams are starting to come up because initially, when it started raining so hard, the ground's so dry, a lot of that just ran off. But now the ground's to the point where it's going to be soaking this in, and really beneficial rain here. Cedar Hill to Hillsboro, back down 44 to Sullivan, to Steelville, back edge of this batch of rains in Sullivan. Still getting some of that heavier rain down towards Potosi right now. Again, this area down to the southeast, once we're worked over by the rainfall and we knock our temperatures down, that really limits the potential for severe weather. But we are watching, say, this storm here that's just off to the northwest of Viburnum. Looks like that might have a little bit of a hail core to it. It's a little taller, a little more intense reflectivity there, so a little bit of hail potentially with that. I think we may see a little bit of that as this warm air is trying to push into this region. Now, it's doing that because we have more rain out to the west of us that's sliding eastbound and northeastbound. So this wave is going to be what comes in as we head towards 4, 5, 6 o'clock tonight and presses on through. And that's why we have our chance for some stronger thunderstorms at that point. I think for most of us, it's good rain and not much more than that. Maybe some gusty winds, 30 to 40 miles per hour. Some of us have already seen a couple of inches of rain. Some of us may see a couple more inches of rain. As we go towards 6, 7 o'clock tonight, that leading edge down to the south of St. Louis is really where we have our greatest concerns for the potential of severe weather. All right, that was one model that updates every few hours. This is the model that updates every single hour. So we get a new high-resolution version of this every hour. What is it showing? Pockets of moderate to heavy rainfall. Not really strong signal for any severe weather here, but pockets of moderate to heavy rainfall. Now, one thing to notice, there's not a lot of rain showing up on this futurecast down in the areas that are under that watch right now of Reynolds County, Madison County, maybe even over into Perry and parts of St. Francis, St. Genevieve County. As long as you stay warm in those areas, the approaching line of showers and thunderstorms from the west has more instability to work with and therefore can fuel some stronger thunderstorms. Again, we're thinking the main area of concern for St. Louis is just rain that's impacting your outdoor events today, not problematic rain to the extent of causing flooding or extreme wind damage or anything like that. Now, down here where we get some of these wavy thunderstorms, we might have a little more in the way of wind. And again, as we head towards 5, 6 o'clock, that's what we'll be watching for our southern counties, for the potential that something is a little more dramatic and potentially causes some damage. This is not a widespread severe weather setup for us. We know that. And, you know, our main thought is this beneficial rain, which is what we've been sticking with through this whole week. That this is just going to be some good rain for most of us, and a few of us may have to deal with some problems. So far, as you and I look at this, we're unimpressed. Okay, even down into Arkansas, those storms don't seem to have as much of a bite as one would think they would, given the available energy and dynamics with that. But we're also looking over at Cape Girardeau. They were up to 87. They've dropped back to 85, but still mid-80s here southeast of St. Louis. That's not especially good. Perryville has gone down to 74. That might be a little bit of the outflow coming in there. But again, the cooler we can keep our temperatures, the lower our severe weather threat overall will be. And that is important going into this evening. That's a live look out into St. Charles right now. You're dealing with the wet roads around the metro area. Looking down in Arnold, same scenario here. Wet roads, fairly steady rainfall across these areas. Still no rain in Farmington. Still looking a little ominous there. But that's about it. All right, see some people moving quickly there in Highland, so probably still some rain going on there. The wind is the biggest threat from any thunderstorms, and we think that threat's mainly south of St. Louis in the severe thunderstorm watch area, maybe even farther south. The threat for tornadoes, hail, and flooding, all quite low. And again, this is not a severe weather scenario playing out where we are overly concerned with what might happen heading through the remainder of the afternoon. Yes, there's a threat. No, it's not widespread. Right now it's 66 degrees, rain and some thunder at Lambert, and we're going to stay in the 60s for the rest of the afternoon. Don't see that changing because of the clouds and the rain. And as soon as this batch of rain moves out, the next batch that's back here over the Ozarks with some of those downpours and not prompting any kind of warnings, that's going to be sliding in here. So some of us are going to get some really good rain. Others of us maybe not as much, but all of us should get some decent rain out of this, which will go a long way toward helping out with the drought scenario that's been playing out across the bi-state region since the beginning of August, when we've really had a hard time getting much rain across the area. We'll see you back here at 2:30.
The 5 on your side weather impact team continues to track the active weather across the bi-state region. This is the very latest. The 5 on your side weather impact team continues to monitor the weather across the bi-state area. This is the very latest. The Weather Impact Team continues to track the weather across the bi-state region at this hour. This is the very latest radar, satellite, and temperature information across the region. The 5 on Your Side Weather Impact Team continues to track the active weather across the bi-state region. This is the very latest. The 5 on Your Side Weather Impact Team continues to monitor the weather across the bi-state area. This is the very latest.
This is a 5 on your side local news update. This is a 5 on your side local news update.
Good afternoon. Time for our weather impact alert update for you this afternoon as we continue to track thunderstorms across the area. For most of us, it's been beneficial rain. There have been some wind gusts 30 to 40 miles per hour with some of the thunderstorms. But one storm just kind of spiked up here a little bit, prompted a severe thunderstorm warning. This is northeast of Perryville. Does not include Perryville. Really, it's in this area around Kaskaskia Island, and that's going to be sliding off towards the east and really into southern portions of Randolph County. And the hail here is going to be roughly about penny size up to quarter size. That's what we're thinking right now. It doesn't look like it's an overly impressive storm, but the severe part of that storm is actually moving into Randolph County right now. That's the only warning anywhere close to us. The watch, severe thunderstorm watch, St. Francis, St. Genevieve, Washington, Crawford, Phelps, Dent, Iron, Reynolds, Madison counties, down to the south of St. Louis until 9 o'clock tonight. The watch is in effect until 6, but we think it's going to take until 9 o'clock to get the back edge of some of the stronger thunderstorms out. And it's mainly for southern areas where there's a severe weather threat. You're already staying prepared because you're watching here on 5+ and staying updated on what's going on. Just make sure that you're ready to take action in case any of these storms do spike up and perhaps produce a brief tornado. We're not talking about big long track tornadoes. We're talking about small spin-ups that usually have 60 to 80 mile per hour winds. And while that causes damage, it's very isolated. So here's a look again across the region. What we're seeing on the radar screen anywhere around St. Louis is not severe weather, but instead very beneficial rain with rumbles of thunder. There is a severe thunderstorm warning down here east of Springfield. We'll talk more about that in just a few minutes. That's in addition to that warning that was in effect for the northeast corner of Perry County, but that storm is now moving into Randolph County, and so far we do not have a warning for Randolph County, but you can expect some 45 to 50 mile per hour wind gusts with that storm down there in the Kaskaskia Island area. All right. Here we are around Metro St. Louis. All around the 270, 255 loop right now. Rain continues to fall. Very beneficial rain. Temperatures right now are in the 60s at this hour. Heaviest rain is off to the east and southeast of St. Louis. We still have some storms around Salem, down to Mount Vernon. Some of these may have some gusty winds to around 45 or 50 miles per hour. Again, the one we showed you farther south down there with the warning in Perry County. This is across St. Clair County and Monroe County. Yes, you have downpours, but none of that is severe. And here's the storm as it's moving over Kaskaskia Island, just south of Chester. That'll be across mainly rural sections of southern portions of Randolph County. But one thing to notice, we are starting to finally see the storms bubble up in that warmer air down to the south of St. Louis. That's been our concern because this area being much warmer means it's much more unstable and has greater fuel to add to the storms as we continue into this afternoon. So while this steadier area of rain around the metro moves out, we will be looking at this area back to the west moving in. And as we kind of broaden that out, you're going to see more of this activity sliding northeastbound, including this area that just recently kind of organized into a pretty good line. This is what we've been anticipating here through the course of the afternoon, a stronger line of thunderstorms. Now, this is just east of Marshfield down towards Seymour and west of Mount Grove. So it's a ways away from our area, but it's moving pretty quickly. And it's going to be moving into areas perhaps that don't already get some rain and as a consequence are still able to fuel some stronger storms. So potentially it could move in towards Salem and Viburnum between about 3:51 and 4:30, and then towards Park Hills and Farmington a little after 5 o'clock. That's assuming it stays together and continues on this northward track. Again, the greatest threat for severe weather remains to the south of St. Louis. Once that initial line goes through, then we're back into just a nice steady area of rain. And some spots have already seen upwards of 2 inches of rain. And that includes across Jefferson County, northern portions of Washington County, Crawford County. There's been spots where it's really been coming down across the area during the last few hours here, and it's really starting to add up. So here's what we're looking at. And again, I think this is just a little far north on our hour by hour forecast here. But this will be the line along about 4 to 5 o'clock, coming in from the west and mainly focused south of St. Louis. That's where the potential for the severe thunderstorms most likely ends up as we go into this afternoon. And then we'll be looking at some showers as we continue beyond that. You notice where we've seen the pretty steady rainfall around the area right now. We are talking temperatures that are in the 60s, while it's 73 still down towards Perryville, and farther south in Cape Girardeau, still in the mid-80s there, mid-80s in Edwardsville, or in Evansville right now, while we stay in the 60s. Those 60s very big in keeping us from getting too out of control on these storms. Rain picking up again here in St. Charles, pretty steady rain. That's a look back at the city. Got some fall foliage in here looking from the Illinois side. That's looking from Worldwide Technology Raceway back towards town. Farmington, you're going to get some rain here in a little bit. The rest of us have already been looking at it, and it does continue. The severe threat is mainly confined well south of St. Louis, we think, for the remainder of the afternoon. As we look at these temperatures in the 60s for the rest of the afternoon, not moving much and therefore not adding much more fuel to the fire that is these thunderstorms. Not worried about that Perry County storm right now, but some of these other storms farther to the south of St. Louis, they're starting to build, starting to get a little more interesting as the afternoon wears on. Lance Blocker's here with me. We're going to keep track of these storms. We'll be back at 3 o'clock with an update on the weather. But right now, thousands of No Kings protests are happening across the nation today, and there are multiple protests going on right here in the St. Louis area. 5 on your sides, Reagan DeTrolio's live at Keener Plaza downtown, where one of those protests is happening right now. Reagan, what's going on out there?
Well, Scott, even though it's raining pretty hard out here right now, there's still quite a few protesters here on Keener Plaza, but a lot of them are actually marching in the streets. Take a look over my shoulder. You can see there's still crowds here, even with the threat of rain. That's not stopping these ralliers from showing up. But this is only one protest of many happening nationwide. There's more than 2,500 going on across the country, from major cities to rural areas. Protests are happening here in the city, St. Louis County, Franklin, Jefferson County, and beyond. There's multiple going on around the Illinois side as well. They're all raising their voices against the Trump administration. Now, I talked with lots of attendees here today who say the more people that show up, the more awareness they're bringing.
It makes me feel like I'm not alone. You know, Missouri can be a pretty conservative state, and until you come out and see all the people fighting in the thunder and the rain and the lightning, it's reassuring that we're in it together.
And No Kings organizers are emphasizing safety and are trying to make sure that each of the protests here today stay and remain peaceful. Now, this protest here is expected to wrap up within the next hour. Reporting live in St. Louis, I'm Reagan DeTrolio, 5 on your side.
This has been a 5 on your side local news update.
And temperature information across the region. The 5 on your side weather impact team continues to track the active weather across the bi-state region. This is the very latest. The 5 on your side weather impact team continues to monitor the weather across the bi-state area. This is the very latest. The weather impact team continues to track the weather across the bi-state region at this hour. This is the very latest radar, satellite, and temperature information across the region. The 5 on Your Side Weather Impact Team continues to track the active weather across the bi-state region. This is the very latest. The 5 on Your Side Weather Impact Team continues to monitor the weather across the bi-state area. This is the very latest. The Weather Impact Team continues to track the weather across the bi-state region at this hour. This is the very latest radar, satellite, and temperature information across the region. The 5 on your side weather impact team continues to track the active weather across the bi-state region. This is the very latest. The 5 on your side weather impact team continues to monitor the weather across the bi-state area. This is the very latest. The weather impact team continues to track the weather across the bi-state region at this hour. This is the very latest radar, satellite, and temperature information across the region. The 5 on Your Side Weather Impact Team continues to track the active weather across the bi-state region. This is the very latest.
All right, everybody, we are now at almost 3 o'clock. And so as promised here on 5 Plus, we're keeping you updated on these thunderstorms this afternoon that are continuing to develop with the biggest threat for severe weather down to the south of St. Louis. We've had waves of rain and thunder in the metro. None of it has been severe in our area. We haven't had any reports of severe weather, although we have had a couple of stronger storms. There was one warning down in northeastern Perry County for just a hot minute, and that was it. So you're looking across the region. Don't see anything in our area that stands out as being overly dramatic, other than there's an awful lot of rainfall right now. And as we look down to the south here, we are finding that rainfall a bit heavier as we go down towards Chester. Earlier, with a cell that was moving through this area, we probably had some at least small hail and maybe some 40 to 50 mile per hour winds. That is the focus down to the south of St. Louis. This area, really from Randolph and Perry counties going back to the west, this is the area where it's most unstable, where it's been the warmest today. But even now, a lot of those areas have cooled back because we have showers and thunderstorms in the area, which is a good thing. You want that rain-cooled air because that limits the instability, it limits the storm fuel as we continue to see the upper level support swing in across the region this afternoon. So we'll say until 9 o'clock we have that potential for some stronger storms, mainly again south and southeast of St. Louis as we head into the hours after 5 or 6 o'clock tonight. A brief tornado can't be ruled out, but we sure don't see that as being the biggest threat. It's really just the winds. Most of us have already seen some 20 to 40 mile per hour wind gusts with some of the thunderstorms that have rolled through the metro area. And it's anticipated that a few of those storms farther south of St. Louis may be able to get some 50 to 60 mile per hour winds with them. So you're staying updated. You're already doing what you need to do to stay on top of things here this afternoon. All right, so you look down across our southern counties. This is where we do have some of the heavier rain right now across a good chunk of Randolph over to Perry County in Illinois. And then we go back to the west, and then there's some widespread heavier rain just west and south of Rolla. That one has a severe thunderstorm warning on it, which we'll talk more about in a few minutes. We'll kind of zoom in and look at that. Everything has been lifting off towards the northeast. And so if you've been under some of these persistent bands of thunderstorms, you're pushing a couple of inches of rain or so. For most of us, it hasn't been that much. This has been very beneficial rainfall. You know, the ground is so dry. We're running about 6 inches below average for rainfall since the 1st of August. So this is badly needed rain across the area, probably the most widespread decent rain we've had in quite some time. You're looking at this pretty steady rain here: Alton, Grafton, Litchfield, Staunton, Illinois to Greenville, Vandalia. This is much lighter than what we saw earlier when we had the initial wave of thunderstorms marching through. They weren't severe, but they did have a lot of heavy rainfall with them. Now down 57, you know, Salem tends to have some drainage issues there on the Illinois side. So just use some caution because there are still downpours in this area, and you do have some poor drainage areas there. As you go farther to the south here and to the southwest, we are finding those thunderstorms continuing to produce some downpours. But that's about it in terms of impactful weather. It's just wet weather for most of us around St. Louis, it's just been rumbles of thunder, nothing extraordinary. St. Genevieve down towards Chester, yes, there are some pockets here where you pick up some downpours. That cell here that looks like it crossed over Johnson's shut-ins and is now, yeah, it's popped up, and that's got some hail with it for sure. Now, how much hail, I don't know. Probably at least dime-size hail, but that is going to be moving into southwestern portions of St. Francis County in the next 10 or 15 minutes. Now, if this holds together, this would move towards the Farmington area. So, and you know what, Lance, I'm going to wander back over here.
I've got it right now. It's got just showing National Weather Service watching it, just saying that does have some hail with it.
Yeah, I think that's what we got. I'm just going to make it move here for me for a second. I just want to see how it's moving.
It really went up in about 10 minutes.
It went up. Now, I don't know that it's actually that actually has a hook. It looks, you know, at the onset, it just looks like it's got a little hook to it.
Yeah, it's got a
But I don't really know that that's, I'm looking at the velocity.
got a scatter spike.
Yeah, I don't see that as being a problem. So yeah, we'll watch this though as that moves in. This is going to be southeastern portions of Washington County, southwestern portions of St. Francis County. So it may go just west of Farmington and then get you into Bonne Terre. But what we saw with the other storms, keep in mind, it's moving into an area where it just rained. So it's going to lose some of its instability that it's feeding off of. But I think this is what we have to be concerned with down to the south, is these storms have a little more heat and moisture to work with, so they can get going a little better. These are storms that are producing some more downpours out to our west, coming into the Herman area right now. And you can see, you still have these showers and thunderstorms. We got a new severe thunderstorm warning there. It just went up for Rolla. That's for this surge in this line right here. So this has probably got the 60-mile-per-hour winds. And it looks like that warning is just south of Rolla. So probably in the Edgar Springs area is where we're looking at those stronger winds that'll be impacting that area here shortly. Let's just kind of put it up a little bit closer to you. And you actually have two cells coming in here at the same time. So because of that, you know, I'm going to do this. This is going to be a really wonky kind of thing. But that's going to be my timeline on that, to give you some ideas on time. Spring Creek, Spring Creek 313. So in the next 10 or 15 minutes, Rolla 336 if it gets there. It may not get to Rolla, but this line's coming east, that one's moving northeast. So you got a couple of storms, and when they merge, you never really know what's going to happen when storms merge. So, and that may happen here over the Edgar Springs area and points south. So it may, you're definitely going to get the storms in Rolla, but I don't know that you'll get the severe weather there. There's that hail-producing thunderstorm there that's coming out of Iron County into St. Francis County, southwest of Farmington. All right, rainfall amounts, 1 to 2 inches we've seen under some of these heavier bands. That continues for us at this hour. So that's something we're also monitoring. It doesn't look like there's a big flood threat at all because everything seems to be progressive. All right, here's that latest hourly updating Futurecast. And it pretty much has what's going on. It may have this just a little far to the north, but it's had a pretty good idea in general for much of the day. I think you're going to get another round of some heavier rain, and then I think down south of St. Louis, your best opportunity for seeing some severe thunderstorms. And then by the time we get to 8, 9 o'clock, any severe weather threat is exiting out of our area tonight. So the severe thunderstorm watch is in effect until 6 o'clock this evening for most of our southern counties on the Missouri side. We haven't had any severe weather reports just yet. And we've been trying to find them, but we haven't really had any severe weather reports just yet. And the fact that it's cooled off now, Farmington's down to 68, which means as those storms come out of the warm air and as they move into this cooler air, they lose some of their instability. Now, there's still some upper level support for them to keep going for a bit, but it's going to take something for them to really get going and hold together for an extended period of time. They tend to fade in this scenario as they get closer and into the cooler air. So we'll watch that segment of the line that's down there southwest of Rolla right now as it continues to move towards the northeast. For the most part, that stays south of St. Louis, although the shield of heavier rain is definitely going to try to push in. And we've had a fair amount of rain across the area. Again, it all depends on where you are. Location,
Severe
location,
thunderstorm warning
location.
for that cell.
With what?
For that cell, they're putting a severe thunderstorm warning on it.
Oh, they are?
Quarter-size hail.
Okay.
Yep. That's
So
going to be,
St. Francis County.
yes, through St. Francis, I believe into St. Genevieve as well.
There it is.
Yeah, there it comes. Yeah, Jefferson.
So that'll take
Washington.
it into southern Jefferson County because it is moving so fast.
Yeah.
So that's our hail-producing thunderstorm. Now, I still think that's got a good chance of weakening as it pushes off towards the northeast here. So now we have two severe thunderstorm warnings. So we have the one that's southern portions of Phelps County, and now we have this one. And you have another one over into Perry County, Illinois, and then into southwestern. That's interesting. South central Jefferson County, Missouri, and southwestern Jefferson County in Illinois.
Yeah.
Those are our two warnings right now. So let me do this for you. So just so you can see, we're going to stop the radar and just put it in here. We're going to pause it. We're going to go look at this storm here. This is the one that's down, just north of Elephant Rocks, okay? And it's working northeast bound. So it has hail with it. It may have some winds. Let's look and see. I mean, this far out, you're not going to be able to tell a whole lot. But, yeah, there is potentially some wind in there. And there's even potentially, some type of rotation perhaps, but it seems kind of broad at this point. It's also far away. Let me add the hail on there. And there you see the hail runs a little bit behind the actual hail core. So we see it differently on the reflection. So if I give you a time, what did they say it's moving, 40 or 45? I think 45.
40.
40,
Even.
they went 40?
Yep.
All right.
Hail core
So,
is going to be at Bismarck in about 5 minutes. Probably.
yeah, it's cruising. So here's your timeline. Bismarck, 3:13, so like Lance said, in the next 5 minutes. Loughborough, 3:19. Esther at 3:26. Park Hills at 3:26. Deloge at 3:27. Okay, now I'm going to broaden this out just a little bit so that you can see that this warning, that's the near term. This warning also goes up into St. Genevieve County. So if I stretch this out a little farther, and assuming it holds together, we're making a big assumption there. That gets up to French Village, it gets up to Kinsey, Leadwood is in there. Again, we're not sure that it'll be able to hold together for how long, since it's moving into air that's already been worked over by previous thunderstorm activity. All right, so that one's there. Let's take a quick little tour back and see what, I'm going to go back out here. So you got that one there. Here's the other warning that's just across the river. And this is southwestern, I don't know that I'd put a warning on that. But that's southwestern portions of Jefferson County and into Perry County in Illinois. So that storm is north of DuQuoin near Tamaro, and it may impact areas up around Mount Vernon, but that doesn't look especially nasty to me, versus this one clearly looks pretty impressive. Although we did lose, it looks like, a little bit of that reflectivity there. So maybe the hail core is starting to come down just a little bit. But also there is, it's not dramatic per se. There is a little bit of rotation that's in there. It seems to be in the right spot to, where you would think it would be. We're pretty close to it. So that's, we kind of watch that. I don't think this is a particularly favorable setup for tornadoes, but that almost does look like a supercell storm out by
Yeah,
itself.
it definitely went up, but
You're right, though. It's moving into an unfavorable air mass for it to continue to grow.
Yeah, and the storm that's coming into southern portions of Phelps County here, you look at that and, you know, I'm not sure we got a lot of excessive wind with that. We do have some wind here. You can see that brighter pink. So that's going to be, you know, indicative of 50 to 60 mile per hour winds. But I'm not sold on that being a huge problem. I do think you're going to get some gusty winds there, but it doesn't look like it's a huge problem as it comes into Phelps County. Again, the farther south you go into the air that's more, how shall we say, the air that hasn't been worked over, the air that is still full of warmth and humidity versus just the humidity and zero warmth, which is pretty much what we have around St. Louis. You know, and that storm is continuing to weaken there as it's about ready to get through Iron Mountain Lake and heading into Bismarck. I think it'll stay, the worst of it stays west of Farmington and probably is going to impact you in Park Hills in the next few minutes or so. Again, the hail part of this storm would be moving into the Park Hills area at about 3:30, so in about 15 minutes.
It's got a lot of lightning with it, too. That might be the bigger issue with it, is the amount of lightning associated with it.
Yeah, there is quite a bit of lightning there. There's 33 strikes in that in the last 15 minutes. So that of course, is always a concern. All right, so we're just going to stick with you for a little bit longer here on 5+. We continue to track all the thunderstorms across the area. Here they are. They are numerous. Most of what we're seeing is not severe, and I think that's the trend that we're going to have this afternoon. Most of this isn't severe, as we've said all along. Your severe threat was pretty limited. We were thinking it would be mostly south of St. Louis. So far, that has indeed been the case. You do have that severe thunderstorm watch south of St. Louis. Turn the lightning off there so you can see that you are looking at the couple of pockets where it's a little more intense here. There is that one cell there in Perry County that's trying to go towards Jefferson County in Illinois. Again, that's around Tamaro. Then you have the cell that's coming out of Iron County. It looks like it's starting to weaken a little bit. It was producing some large hail. We're pretty confident of that. But we think that hail core is starting to come down, which also could mean that we could look at some gusty winds if the storm collapses a little more so. But it is working into an area in northern St. Francis County and southern portions of Jefferson County where the air's already been worked over by thunderstorms. So it's a lot cooler. So it doesn't have that warm, juicy air. It just has the juice. It doesn't have the warmth. All right, this storm back here, these storms we're watching, they definitely have downpours with them. Keep in mind, we have that jet stream aloft. The winds aloft are whipping overhead. So that effectively is acting like a vacuum cleaner and helping keep these storms going and keep them, you know, strong. Now, they may not be severe, but it keeps them strong and it helps produce that rainfall. Still looking at a lot of rain around the metro St. Louis area. It's been pretty steady. We're about to get into this more scattered area before we get this whole line of thunderstorms in here. Again, this line of thunderstorms, while it may have some strong winds at the leading edge of it, the air out ahead of that will not have time to recover in the metro to get those temperatures back up into the 70s to create what we think is one of the key ingredients to creating more rather than fewer severe thunderstorms across the area. So that's what we're thinking at this point, that the greatest threat remains to the south of us. And again, the storm that's down southwest of Farmington continuing to show some signs there of weakening. The storm that's southwest of Rolla doesn't really look overly impressive. Looks like it has about 50 to 60 mile per hour winds with it. So you've got the warnings on that. You've got the one for southwest Jefferson County in Illinois too. But again, I don't think anybody is overly concerned that these storms are going to do anything terrible. Not that they won't, but it just doesn't look like the conditions are really favorable for any kind of widespread severe weather. Some strong gusty winds, sure, but you expect that in this kind of scenario here. So I think this storm down in southwestern portions, yeah,
St. Francis County.
yeah,
there.
St. Francis County, I'm just kind of reading there. Just kind of watching that, but it looks like it's really starting to come down.
Yeah, the hail core has fallen out of it. It's still 68 degrees there in Farmington right now,
Yeah,
so it's slightly warmer in that area, but
not by,
and not by much. I mean,
yeah,
not
it's-
significantly like we're seeing
we
south of us in the 80s.
yeah, if you just kind of go back a few blobs and you watch how this storm developed before the warning was issued. So there it goes. That's about when they issued the warning there, right here, one or the other. And you see some purple in there. That's a reflectivity. That's that hail core. And then you don't. And then it kind of faded away. So let's see if we can kind of look into that thing from a little bit ago and see, it looked like it was 35, 40,000 feet up just a little bit ago. There's a different vantage point of it. But now when we go farther up, whoops, you're not seeing it jump up that much. I need to do this. There. So yeah, it's still a pretty tall storm, but I think the core's come down somewhat based on what we were seeing. So Lance, we sit, we watch, we wait, kind of the usual here. We're not getting a lot of severe weather reports out of any of this. I don't know that we're gonna get a whole lot of severe weather reports out of that.
Wouldn't be surprised that with that hail fell with that storm we've been watching
Yeah.
there, and that be our one report if that comes in there by Iron Mountain Lake. But it does look like that's all fallen out. So Farmington folks, your risk of hail out of this cell has decreased substantially in the past 15 minutes.
Yeah, and it also looks like the threat of strong winds with this is pretty low. Not zero, but it doesn't look overly dramatic here from what we're looking at on the radar scan. So again, that's the cell down to the south of St. Louis. These are the areas where it's been warmer this afternoon. These areas got into the 80s this afternoon, south of St. Louis, actually by late morning in the 80s. It did not take long. And meanwhile, we had the rain come into St. Louis, and that pretty much knocked our temperatures back into the 60s. And while it's not a nice day per se, I think taking rain, having rain after we've been so dry for so long, it's a nice day for me, in my personal opinion. I mean, we badly needed this rain. And when I'm looking at this down to the southwest of St. Louis, I'll switch radars here so we get into the Springfield radar. Sure, there's a couple of little spots there where there might be some gusty winds, but I really don't see that producing widespread wind damage down to the southwest of St. Louis. Not that it won't, but you're seeing all those storms start to bubble up now out ahead of the main line. And we'll have to watch those because they'll be capable of producing some hail right from the get-go. It won't take them long. They'll go up fast. And then things will settle down after that. So at the moment, we have the severe thunderstorm watch. That is for our southern counties. We also have that warning in effect for St. Francis and St. Genevieve County. It does include Farmington. It does go up into a portion of Jefferson County, although I got to believe that area up into northern Jefferson County, it's going to fall apart before it can get there. That'd be my best guess on that based on what we're seeing. They have not sent an update yet from the National Weather Service. It's their weekend too. There's a lot going on here that we continue to monitor. We're going to pause for just a second here, and we'll be right back with you. as we go into the 3:30 half hour. So we'll give you just a split second here. Let us collect our thoughts, and we'll get back with you in a few minutes.
The 5 on Your Side Weather Impact Team continues to monitor the weather across the bi-state area. This is the very latest. The Weather Impact Team continues to track the weather across the bi-state region at this hour. This is the very latest radar, satellite, and temperature information across the region. The 5 on Your Side Weather Impact Team continues to track the active weather across the bi-state region. This is the very latest.
This attempt has failed. Watch Farmington's wind barb here.
All right, everybody, it is now 3:30 on this Saturday afternoon. I'm Chief Meteorologist Scott Connell, and here with you, along with Lance Blocker. We are tracking these storms this afternoon. We do have a couple of counties with warnings. There's 2 storms that have warnings. Actually, this line of storms has a warning that does include southern portions of Phelps County. And then we have another that was a hail-producing storm that is down here that includes parts of St. Francis, St. Genevieve, and into Jefferson County. We also have that severe thunderstorm watch down to the south of St. Louis. That's where the threat is the greatest. It is mainly a wind threat. Can't completely rule out an isolated tornado, but you're staying up to date. You're doing your part this afternoon, checking in on 5+, and we're keeping you up to speed on what's going on. A lot of lightning with this line out to our west that stretches from south of Herman down to Rolla and goes all the way down to the Arkansas border. Out ahead of that is where we are looking at this very warm, humid air being pulled back to the north. And so we've already worked the atmosphere over, and we've seen temperatures back off into the 60s in the rain-cooled air, which means when these thunderstorms, like the ones you see blowing up right now across parts of Reynolds County, as they try to grow and build, they find that the air that they were looking for that was so warm and humid is no longer so warm. It's still humid, but it's not as warm, and then the storm subsequently starts to weaken. And that's what we're seeing with this cell here that's been working up out of Iron Mountain Lake. So it's mainly west of Farmington up towards Park Hills. It is going across Highway 67, and there may still be some pea-size hail with this, but it's doubtful we're getting the large hail like we were looking at earlier. Earlier, the hail core was much more impressive. But this is headed up through Park Hills, northern St. Genevieve County, and into southwestern portions of Jefferson County. So you've got this whole area here. Basically, as you're going up 67 all the way through Valley Mines, we'll be mindful that that is, in fact, an area where there may be some hail. There's definitely going to be some gusty winds to at least 30 or 40 miles per hour, but it looks like that's trending towards weakening. These storms in Iron County, back into Reynolds County, some of them have at least some small hail with them. Here's your other severe thunderstorm warning. It's back south of Rolla. The storm doesn't necessarily look all that severe. It was looking a little better when the warning was issued, but you still have some torrential rain and a lot of lightning with that. Here in the metro area, it's mostly just rain that we're dealing with right now. And the back edge of that has started to push into St. Charles County. Now, it won't let up for an extended period of time because we will be pushing in more in the way of rain from the west as time goes on. But it's been pretty damp. None of this around St. Louis has been, I should say, it's been intense in terms of rainfall, but not intense in terms of wind or hail or anything like that. You still have pretty steady rain going out 70 here off to the east, and you get into some of those downpours as you go out 64 here, heading down towards Mount Vernon. Now, there was a severe thunderstorm warning southwest of Mount Vernon. That has subsequently been allowed to expire as, again, the storms are pushing into air that's already been rain-cooled. And because it's been rain-cooled, it's no longer as unstable as it was. So here's our severe thunderstorm warning. St. Francis County, the storm is just west and north of Farmington right now over Park Hills, and it's moving northeast. If there's any hail in this, it's right around Park Hills. It's basically smaller hail. It is not quarter-size hail right now, but there may still be some stronger winds. So that's why the warning is in effect. It's just west of St. Genevieve. It does include Bloomsdale and then southern, extreme southern portions of Jefferson County. The Weather Service still tracking that. They may let that go here in a little bit. This cell here that's southwest of Viburnum, that has a bit of a hail core showing up now. That is in Dent County, and that's going to be pushing just west of Viburnum as time goes on. Here are the storms that are in southern Gasconade County and out towards the Rolla area. While they're strong and they're producing torrential rainfall, they are not severe. And I can't imagine them really becoming severe as they move into this air where temperatures are in the 60s. It'd be hard to do, okay? So there's the picture. This is how it's all moving. This is what we have to deal with for the next couple of hours. Again, there's a pretty large severe thunderstorm warning here issued by Springfield that goes from Rolla all the way down to Mountain Grove, or just south of Rolla. And that was mainly for the wind. So, you know, when you get that line pushing out like that, the leading edge of it in particular is where you find some of the strongest winds. I think we may have to deal with that, especially over our southern counties. Plus, these isolated cells that pop up may have the potential to produce some hail. Cape Girardeau's been in the mid-80s today. You were in the upper 70s, lower 80s, Sparta over to Mount Vernon. Now, because you've had that rain that's ongoing in a lot of those places, we've seen the temperatures back off. We've also seen some spots get a couple of inches of rain out of this, with maybe another inch or two on the way for some of us. So rainfall's certainly been pretty prevalent. This next wave is coming in between now and 5 o'clock through St. Louis. And south of St. Louis, we will watch for the potential of strong to severe thunderstorms through about 8 or 9 o'clock tonight. Really by about 8:30 or 9, I think everything is pretty much that's going to cause a problem out of our area. If it is going to cause a problem, we'll still have some rain lingering through the overnight hours. But these temperatures that are down into the 60s right now, Jefferson City 66, Salem, Rolla 65, 68 in Farmington, these temperatures do not support those storms being able to grow to an appreciable severe limit. Okay, even though some of the other ingredients are there, we need that warmth to really make them flare up, and that warmth is confined to down along the Missouri-Arkansas border. So you may briefly get a hail core, you may briefly have some gusty winds, but we don't think we're looking at extended periods of severe weather here as we head through this afternoon. Cameras all around the area showing the rain right now, and yes, even in Farmington, we finally have some rain, it looks like, on the roads. Looks like it's a little shiny there on the roads. That's why we say that, but you can see the ominous looking sky there in Farmington. Lambert's still reporting some rain and thunder in the area around St. Louis. We have 65 degrees, and that's it. Okay, nothing wrong with that. We're going to hold in the 60s this afternoon. Eventually, this whole area of rain and unsettled weather will lift through. You see the severe thunderstorm warning has been dropped now for St. Francis County, St. Genevieve County. As we were telling you, that storm weakening, so not a problem there. You could make a case that you could drop the severe thunderstorm warning south of Edgar Springs. I'm not thinking that that's overly intense. We will, again, watch these storms, southern portions of Washington, Crawford County, Iron County, and Reynolds County. Those are the areas to watch down to our south, as those are the areas that have not seen rain much, little if any, so far today. Here's your 7-day forecast. We'll just leave you with that. Lance is in the process of updating it now. 5 on Your Side will be with you live at 5 o'clock on TV, as well as here on 5+. And we'll continue to keep you updated throughout the remainder of the afternoon. We'll see you back here about 4 o'clock and again at 4:30. If we get warnings or some storm looks like it's being problematic, we'll pop back in and join you a little sooner. In the meantime, we'll just let the radar loop run.
The Weather Impact Team continues to track the weather across the bi-state region at this hour. This is the very latest radar, satellite, and temperature information across the region. The 5 on Your Side Weather Impact Team continues to track the active weather across the bi-state region. This is the very latest. The 5 on Your Side Weather Impact Team continues to monitor the weather across the bi-state area. This is the very latest. The Weather Impact Team continues to track the weather across the bi-state region at this hour. This is the very latest radar, satellite, and temperature information across the region. The 5 on Your Side Weather Impact Team continues to track the active weather across the bi-state region. This is the very latest. The 5 on Your Side Weather Impact Team continues to monitor the weather across the bi-state area. This is the very latest. The Weather Impact Team continues to track the weather across the bi-state region at this hour. This is the very latest radar, satellite, and temperature information across the region. The 5 on Your Side Weather Impact Team continues to track the active weather across the bi-state region. This is the very latest. The 5 on Your Side Weather Impact Team continues to monitor the weather across the bi-state area. This is the very latest. The Weather Impact Team continues to track the weather across the bi-state region at this hour. This is the very latest radar, satellite, and temperature information across the region. The 5 on Your Side Weather Impact Team continues to track the active weather across the bi-state region. This is the very latest.
Well, good evening. It is coming up on 4 o'clock here, and we've got a weather update for you here on 5 Plus. As promised, top of the hour, bottom of the hour, get you updates. More showers, more thunderstorms across the area. Most of this is not severe, but we have had some downpours, some badly needed and very beneficial rain considering the ongoing drought. Now, there is one severe thunderstorm warning down to the south of us. It is not with this area, but we are monitoring this area because the atmosphere here has some warmer air kind of feeding into it. Now, we've seen some showers and thunderstorms. That's cooled things off. Metro area, we're only in the mid-60s now. But this area back to the west of St. Louis, we continue to watch that area down towards the Rolla area and south of Rolla. Watch as these storms are advancing onto the north and east. At one point, this storm that's now over Bloomsdale was producing some hail as it went near Iron Mountain Lake. But none of these storms has been overly impressive, okay? This looks like it still has some winds with it. That severe thunderstorm warning does include Phelps County and into Dent County. And that severe thunderstorm warning in effect until 4:30. So by the time we get to you the next go round, we'll see if this line is able to make it into Reynolds and Iron. You know, it's definitely making it into Crawford County, but at this point, the winds don't seem to be that strong on the farther north you go because we've had so much rain-cooled air in the metro, which is why the severe thunderstorm watch is for areas to our south. And that includes the Rolla area over to Potosi, over towards St. Genevieve. And I think, you know, in the next couple of hours, what we're going to get if it's going to be severe, it's really between now and 6 for most of us, certainly west of the Mississippi. East of the Mississippi, it may be more like 8 or 9 o'clock before that line finally clears out, but it will move out. So the biggest threat is that wind. Now, areas farther south of St. Louis, we may be looking at a brief tornado, but it's not expected to be anything widespread or anything that lasts very long. We also may look at the storms kind of do what they've been doing. Spike up briefly, produce a little bit of hail, and then collapse and produce some wind. So you're staying updated. You're staying aware this afternoon. We appreciate you joining us as we try to help you plan your evening hours. I tell you, if you do have plans this evening in St. Louis, it should involve rain gear. Next big batch is pushing in from the west. Again, we're in the mid-60s. Going to be hard-pressed to get severe weather with temperatures like that. You don't have the instability. Farther south, it is warmer. You see all the lightning strikes here. You know, a little while ago, this same view, same map size here, about 3 hours ago, we were looking at 1,000 lightning strikes. And now we're down to 351. That kind of tells you the trend here, that it's less than impressive. Look at the amount of lightning dying off here with these storms, with that line that's coming in from the west. But then on these individual cells down here to our south over Reynolds, Iron County, and then trying to spread back in towards St. Louis, we see an uptick in the lightning. That's because you're taking much warmer and humid air and pulling it into this system down to the south. So you've finally seen some rain around Farmington. You still have some around Irondale and Leadwood. Some of that's fairly heavy. Far southeastern portions of Phelps County, technically you're under a severe thunderstorm warning. I don't see that as being all that impressive. Metro area, another big surge of some downpours pushing in here, coming in towards Arnold, pushing into the Metro East, so Columbia up to Cahokia Heights. You're looking at that heavier rain there. You have more areas of general rain off to the east of St. Louis with some embedded downpours over our farm fields here as we go through Clinton and Washington counties in Illinois, over into Marion and Jefferson County in Illinois. And then again, down to the south of St. Louis. This action over Jefferson County. Heavier rain down towards Arnold right now, north of Waterloo, up Highway 3 there, going right into Columbia. And then you have this little cell here, still won't give up. It is trying to produce some hail around Bloomsdale right now. And then these storms, again, they're working with that warm air feeding into them from the south. So this is pretty much what you're seeing here west and southwest of St. Louis. This is the best opportunity if there's going to be severe weather for it to happen in the next hour or two. And that one severe thunderstorm warning does include parts of Phelps County right now. Those storms coming in around the 255 over the JV Bridge, 255 loop, 270 loop, they're picking up some lightning, so there might even be some pea-sized hail coming up here in the next few minutes over towards Cahokia Heights. Keep that in mind. We don't see it being a big severe weather threat. So when we're looking at the rainfall amounts, in the last 24 hours, so most of this is really since, after sunrise this morning, we've got some pockets where we're picking up 2 to 3 inches. We have 2.5 inches being reported, verified from a rain gauge over in Maryville, Illinois. Now, we haven't been able to get amounts that high for areas farther south and southeast of St. Louis verifiable in a rain gauge, but that doesn't mean it didn't happen. It just means the rain gauge isn't under the heavier band of rain there. So your hour by hour forecast, and this is the high resolution model that comes out every hour. It's doing a reasonably good job with this. Again, heaviest rain coming through between now and about 6:30, 7 o'clock for most of us. By 7 to 8 o'clock, your potential for severe weather starts shifting east of St. Louis. And certainly by 9 o'clock, we give ourselves that window. We think any severe threat for any of the 5 on your side area is over. We will still have some showers overnight. They'll linger for a bit. And maybe even into early tomorrow morning. But hard to get severe weather with temperatures like this in October. Okay? 65 in St. Charles, Chesterfield, 66 in Farmington, only 62 in Rolla right now, 66 in Flora. Not too far away, it's still pretty warm. Cape Girardeau's 82, so is Evansville right now. So that warm air feeding those southern storms. So that's why we're focused on the areas farther south for the potential of what would be more likely an area to see severe weather versus in the metro area where we're more likely just to see some more downpours. That's St. Charles now, looking out to the west. You kind of see the raindrops on the camera. There's your drenching rain happening right now in Arnold. So we're really slowing traffic down here on 55, and especially as you get up towards 270 and then go over 255 over towards Columbia. That's where the rain really has picked up. Still ominous looking skies down there in Farmington. Some rain in the area there. Highlands had some rain too tonight, today. St. Louis, top of the arch, shrouded in that cloud cover. Rain falling still at Lambert, 66 degrees. Winds aren't that strong now. We think they pick up and become a bit gusty tomorrow, but it'll be blowing in drier air for tomorrow and increasing amounts of sunshine during the afternoon hours. Showers, thunderstorms, you can bet we have them in the area here for a while longer. They do scatter out later on tonight. So again, our focus is really on the areas to the south of St. Louis here. Yes, we're going to have showers and thunderstorms in the metro area. Yes, they're going to produce some downpours. No, they are not going to produce widespread severe weather for us. So that's not going to happen. But the best chance for that severe weather and that severe weather threat is to the south of St. Louis. We'll keep streaming the radar. I'll see you back here at 4:30. Lance Blocker will see you on 5 Plus and on Channel 5 at 5 o'clock with 5 on your side at 5.
The Weather Impact Team continues to track the weather across the bi-state region at this hour. This is the very latest radar, satellite, and temperature information across the region. The 5 on Your Side Weather Impact Team continues to track the active weather across the bi-state region. This is the very latest. The 5 on Your Side Weather Impact Team continues to monitor the weather across the bi-state area. This is the very latest. The Weather Impact Team continues to track the weather across the bi-state region at this hour. This is the very latest radar, satellite, and temperature information across the region. The 5 on Your Side Weather Impact Team continues to track the active weather across the bi-state region. This is the very latest. The 5 on Your Side Weather Impact Team continues to monitor the weather across the bi-state area. This is the very latest. The Weather Impact Team continues to track the weather across the bi-state region at this hour. This is the very latest radar, satellite, and temperature information across the region. The 5 on Your Side Weather Impact Team continues to track the active weather across the bi-state region. This is the very latest. The 5 on Your Side Weather Impact Team continues to monitor the weather across the bi-state area. This is the very latest. The Weather Impact Team continues to track the weather across the bi-state region at this hour. This is the very latest radar, satellite, and temperature information across the region. The 5 on Your Side Weather Impact Team continues to track the active weather across the bi-state region. This is the very latest.
Well, it's 4:30, and of course, we've been keeping you updated all day long on what's going on with these showers and thunderstorms. We do have some stronger thunderstorms moving into the area right now. At this very moment, we don't have any severe thunderstorm warnings. The storms have approached, in some cases, severe levels, but haven't quite reached it, and all the ingredients just don't seem to be coming into play, at least for most of us. There's still a small chance here, mainly south of St. Louis. You can see there are downpours throughout the metro area right now, sliding in and across the region. But what we're looking at down to the south, that's a little mini supercell there. This storm that's down towards Farmington, that's another mini supercell. The one that's coming in towards Potosi, that's got a little bit of spin, but they don't have a real tight spin, and they're not in a favorable environment where they're going to spin something up to cause us a big problem. Okay, now there's a 7-day forecast, so I guess I just went too far. See there, Lance? We're going right back to, no, it should be good. We're going right back to the beginning here. So here's our widespread look again at what we're dealing with. Pretty big area of steady rain out there in mid-Missouri. And that's still, we got to get through that after we get through these bands of heavier rain. Again, south of St. Louis, even though you've had rain, even though you're not all that warm now, that if you were still warm and these storms were moving in and it was still like it was earlier today, close to 80, we'd have a problem. We'd have a big problem right now. We don't. We're in the 60s here. And so these storms occasionally do try to produce hail. That one that's close to Redbud there is trying to do that now. We still have the severe thunderstorm watch down to our south, scheduled to expire at 6 o'clock. We'll run this weather impact alert until 9 o'clock so we can clear everything out of our southeastern Illinois counties. But really, 40 to 60 mile per hour wind. We can't rule out that brief tornado, but it's going to be a brief spin up kind of thing if we see it. Maybe some small hail, definitely some heavy rain. We've seen that already. So stay tuned. And of course, coming up at 5 o'clock, we have 5 on your side at 5. And Lance Blocker, who's been here all afternoon long with me, he'll have the latest on this forecast for you as we go through the evening hours. Now, I want you to look at the lightning strikes. We've added on the lightning onto the radar here, okay? Radar stationary, that's the very latest. We're at 440 lightning strikes. So we've seen a little bit of an uptick on this particular area. Where have we seen that uptick? Those two storms we were talking about earlier, down here into St. Francis County and moving out of Randolph County and into eastern Monroe County, southern St. Clair County. The line itself that was back to the west that had some severe thunderstorm warnings with it, it's kind of just putzing along right now. It's still producing some heavy rain, but we have lost the severe threat with that. But we're watching these two areas down to the south of St. Louis for the potential that areas north of Farmington up through Bonne Terre, up towards Valley Mines. Torrential rain here along 67. 67 could be a problem driving area anyway. But when you get this kind of rain and maybe even some small hail, even more so. So that's an area to watch. This area over here around Redbud, right now we're seeing that hail push in very close to Redbud Regional Hospital. All right, so it's getting there. 442, this should be into New Athens. So you've got just a few more minutes there. This storm that's down here in the Farmington area, that main core seems to be lifting towards the northeast. So there's really a couple of cores here, but it's lifting northeast. So French Village, Bloomsdale, definitely in the path of that, but of course also stretching up into the southern portions of Jefferson County. Odds are with these storms, you might have 30 to 40 mile per hour winds. You might also have some small hail, and you definitely get some downpours. And boy, are we seeing that in the metro area right now. Just crossing the Poplar Street Bridge into the Metro East. You have a torrential rain here. We're adding more rain to what we've already seen, that 2.5 inches around Maryville. It's pouring over towards Edwardsville now. Look out here as you go into North City, back into University City, Clayton. We're seeing a fair amount of pretty heavy rainfall in this area right now, and it's moving northeast. Not severe, but definite downpours. That stretches through the construction zone here out at 4064 and Highway 270. There have also been a few wrecks out there today, most likely because of speed or too much of it. In fact, I'm looking at the traffic camera right now. I don't know where it's coming from. but I can see that there's flashing lights on a highway somewhere around here. All right, so you're going to have to slow down this evening. Numeli, Augusta, Defiance, picking up more in the way of moderate rain. That stretches from Washington down to Union to St. Clair and keeps going south here, all the way down into the western portions of Washington County. Now, once we get through this batch, this is the last of the really heavy rain. So I think once that goes through, then it's just more of a steadier rain and not as heavy as we go into the mid to late evening hours. Once that goes through your area, and once that goes through, I think that ends your severe weather threat too. All right, looking off to the east here, we don't want to forget about you over on the Illinois side. You're still seeing some rain here on our farm fields in Illinois. As we look farther to the south, again, we'll watch this area down towards Mount Vernon, down towards Nashville, Pinckneyville, DuQuoin, Carbondale. These areas have that potential of seeing some isolated, stronger storms develop. And again, as you look at this, got another big batch of heavier rain pushing into St. Louis within the next 15, 20 minutes or so. It'll be a slow go from about 4:45 until about 6 or so, as this big batch slides through the metro area with more heavy rain, more ponding on our roadways, and then after that we will get into that more what we call stratiform rain, or rain behind the front. That's just kind of steady but not overly heavy, right? So we've had some spots with 2 to 3 inch amounts so far. Most of that's been in the lines of showers and storms that have been south and east of St. Louis, but some of it has been in the metro area. This is the last of it, our hourly updating high-resolution model, bringing this last batch of heavier rain, potentially some severe weather south of St. Louis, on to the east. Don't think we're looking at a whole lot of severe weather opportunities here. And again, we don't say that lightly, but the ingredients all have to come together to create severe weather in just such a way. And the mixing bowl that we've seen today is not that way. So we're hopeful that we can get through if we get through the next 2 hours, I think most of us are just going to be dealing with this, wet, rain, that's it. All right, mid-60s, that's where we are right now with the wet weather in St. Louis. Now you do notice the warmer shaded colors farther south of St. Louis. That warm air is not that far away. However, the ongoing shower and thunderstorm actions keeping that from surging to the north, but some of that is being brought in aloft and kind of feeding these storms to some degree. Again, once we get through this line that's now approaching St. Louis and stretches down west of Potosi, once we get through that line, then it becomes more of just rain and less of a threat of any kind of severe weather. I think our severe weather threat is more limited to the areas where it's still quite warm. Evansville, Cape Girardeau, Memphis, still above 80 degrees at this hour. Here's a look down in Arnold, where we've had some of that heavier rain coming through from time to time. Slow traffic, you'll want to slow it down out there if you're going to be traveling. Out in St. Charles, there's a look out there. You can see a lot of headlights out there, looking from downtown towards the southwest, still dealing with these showers and rumbles of thunder. And quite honestly, a pretty impressive sky. At times, it's been pretty incredible looking. 66 degrees, our current temperature, southeast breeze, 9 miles per hour. Next few hours, we're staying in the 60s around St. Louis. Again, here's your line. It's coming into St. Charles County now, Wentzville, O'Fallon, St. Peters. Not severe, but this is the line of the heavy rain stretching down now, approaching Wildwood, into Pacific, into Washington, okay, down through Gray Summit. It goes southbound all the way down here west of Potosi. And out ahead of that, you're lifting up a few more stronger storms, and they're coming into the metro area, none of which seems to be severe, but you can bet on the heavy rainfall and maybe some gusty winds of 30 to 40 miles per hour. Perhaps if one of these storms wraps up a little more, maybe a little more than that, but I think it's going to be hard to wrap it up given the scenario that we have now with temperatures here in the mid-60s. We'll keep watching it for you. Coming up on 440 in about 20 minutes, assuming ice skating gets off on time. 5 on your side at 5. We'll have the latest news for you, and Lance will have your forecast as he's been working on that all afternoon while I've been jibber-jabbering with you and monitoring these storms. Actually, both of us have been monitoring these storms. We've had quite the conversations about some of these storms, too. All right, we'll see you in a little bit.
The 5 on Your Side Weather Impact Team continues to track the active weather across the bi-state region. This is the very latest. The 5 on Your Side Weather Impact Team continues to monitor the weather across the bi-state area. This is the very latest. The Weather Impact Team continues to track the weather across the bi-state region at this hour. This is the very latest radar, satellite, and temperature information across the region. The 5 on Your Side Weather Impact Team continues to track the active weather across the bi-state region. This is the very latest. The 5 on Your Side Weather Impact Team continues to monitor the weather across the bi-state area. This is the very latest. The Weather Impact Team continues to track the weather across the bi-state region at this hour. This is the very latest radar, satellite, and temperature information across the region. The 5 on Your Side Weather Impact Team continues to track the active weather across the bi-state region. This is the very latest. The 5 on Your Side Weather Impact Team continues to monitor the weather across the bi-state area. This is the very latest. The Weather Impact Team continues to track the weather across the bi-state region at this hour. This is the very latest radar, satellite, and temperature information across the region. The 5 on Your Side Weather Impact Team continues to track the active weather across the bi-state region. This is the very latest. The 5 on Your Side Weather Impact Team continues to monitor the weather across the bi-state area. This is the very latest. The Weather Impact Team continues to track the weather across the bi-state region at this hour. This is the very latest radar, satellite, and temperature information across the region. The 5 on Your Side Weather Impact Team continues to track the active weather across the bi-state region. This is the very latest. The 5 on Your Side Weather Impact Team continues to monitor the weather across the bi-state area. This is the very latest. The Weather Impact Team continues to track the weather across the bi-state region at this hour. This is the very latest radar, satellite, and temperature information across the region. The 5 on Your Side Weather Impact Team continues to track the active weather across the bi-state region. This is the very latest. The 5 on Your Side Weather Impact Team continues to monitor the weather across the bi-state area. This is the very latest. The Weather Impact Team continues to track the weather across the bi-state region at this hour. This is the very latest radar, satellite, and temperature information across the region. The 5 on Your Side Weather Impact Team continues to track the active weather across the bi-state region. This is the very latest. The 5 on Your Side Weather Impact Team continues to monitor the weather across the bi-state area. This is the very latest. The Weather Impact Team continues to track the weather across the bi-state region at this hour. This is the very latest radar, satellite, and temperature information across the region. The 5 on Your Side Weather Impact Team continues to track the active weather across the bi-state region. This is the very latest. The 5 on Your Side Weather Impact Team continues to monitor the weather across the bi-state area. This is the very latest. The Weather Impact Team continues to track the weather across the bi-state region at this hour. This is the very latest radar, satellite, and temperature information across the region. The 5 on Your Side Weather Impact Team continues to track the active weather across the bi-state region. This is the very latest. The 5 on Your Side Weather Impact Team continues to monitor the weather across the bi-state area. This is the very latest. The Weather Impact Team continues to track the weather across the bi-state region at this hour. This is the very latest radar, satellite, and temperature information across the region. The 5 on Your Side Weather Impact Team continues to track the active weather across the bi-state region. This is the very latest. The 5 on Your Side Weather Impact Team continues to monitor the weather across the bi-state area. This is the very latest. The Weather Impact Team continues to track the weather across the bi-state region at this hour. This is the very latest radar, satellite, and temperature information across the region. The 5 on Your Side Weather Impact Team continues to track the active weather across the bi-state region. This is the very latest. The 5 on Your Side Weather Impact Team continues to monitor the weather across the bi-state area. This is the very latest. The Weather Impact Team continues to track the weather across the bi-state region at this hour. This is the very latest radar, satellite, and temperature information across the region. The 5 on Your Side Weather Impact Team continues to track the active weather across the bi-state region. This is the very latest. The 5 on Your Side Weather Impact Team continues to monitor the weather across the bi-state area. This is the very latest. The Weather Impact Team continues to track the weather across the bi-state region at this hour. This is the very latest radar, satellite, and temperature information across the region. The 5 on Your Side Weather Impact Team continues to track the active weather across the bi-state region. This is the very latest. The 5 on Your Side Weather Impact Team continues to monitor the weather across the bi-state area. This is the very latest. The Weather Impact Team continues to track the weather across the bi-state region at this hour. This is the very latest radar, satellite, and temperature information across the region.